about George Seifert. Obviously, he brings the reputation of being a winner here, having had such great success, one of 9 head coaches to win 2 Super Bowls when he was with the San Francisco 49ers. But he's got a lot to prove as well. He's got to escape the shadow of Bill Walsh, which he never really could do, probably as long as he would have been in the 49ers. If he'd been there for another 10 years, he probably never could have escaped that shadow.
No, not as long as the team that he inherited, and everyone remembers that as being Bill Walsh inherited. In fact, USA Today this last week showed the Bill Walsh coaching tree. Right. Well, a lot of those guys were coordinators for Seifert, and he gets lost in that. I think this is an opportunity for him to prove his coaching success. I really believe that he can go in there now. There's a team that won 4 games last year. He can go in there and try and rebuild. He's in a no-lose situation. If they don't win immediately this year, they're not very talented. If they start to win, it's because he's a great coach. So, and I really believe he is a good coach. I think he's very well organized. He has these guys believe it. I talked with Kevin Green prior to the game. He seems to be very excited about the changes that he's made. He was telling me about how the players have instantly bought into his program. And once you can get the players to buy into what you're doing, I don't care who the coach is. If you can get everybody on that field believing what you're doing is the correct way to do it, then you're going to be successful. And I think that eventually Coach Seifert will be successful with Carolina. Probably not today, probably not in the early part of the season, but before this season's over, he will show it.
It all unraveled for the Panthers last year as they went 4-12. Dom Capers was fired. The personnel remains essentially the same because of their impacted draft with the signing of Sean Gilbert. They only have one more draft choice on the field today because of a lack of draft choices and injury than the Saints do, and the Saints only had 1 draft choice in Ricky Williams.
Well, you look at their starters and the changes from last year's starters and the changes from this year. On the offensive side, there's only 2 different. Chris Terry's the rookie who's going to start at right tackle, and Clarence Jones, who everyone remembers here with the New Orleans Saints, he's going to start at left tackle. Those are the only 2 difference. They're losing Blake Brockemeyer and the other kid right tackle that you're going to have to pronounce names.
Norberto David.
Sure he was. He was there. And then on the defensive side, the only change are 2. Greg Lloyd. Chuck Willie is going to play. Wiley is going to play the right defensive end. They're changed now to a 4-3 front. And then only other is Dean Wills, who probably won't start tonight, but Jeff Brady's not going to start. Those are the only 2 changes. So their offense and their defense, they have 17 of the 22 starters back on their team from last year. So not a great deal of change. But was the talent there last year? I think the biggest question is going to be at the quarterback position, and will they be able to carry that out?
Well, Wesley Walls, Kevin Green is out there along with Michael Bates for the Panthers. The Saints will send out Gerard Cherry representing the special teams, Jerry Fontenot the offense, and Wayne Martin the defense. They are the tri-captains for the Saints. Our referee is Larry Nemmers, and let's go down and join him now for the toss of the coin.
For the 99 season, we have a commemorative coin for the toss. Alexa Thomas is an honorary captain for New Orleans. Carolina, you're the visiting team. Who's going to call the coin toss? And you're going to call heads or tails? Heads is called. It's heads. Carolina's won the toss. They would like to receive. Which goal do you want to defend? Kick in this direction.
And so Saints fans will have to wait a while to see Ricky Williams in the offensive lineup as the Saints have lost the toss of the coin. The Panthers have won it and have elected to receive.
Well, let's take a Beta Springs Water Saints sideline report with Kenny Wilkerson. Kenny, early in the year, what do you got?
Well, I tell you what, it's been an interesting week in the locker room, Stan, because these guys are really raring to go, especially Ricky Williams. Yesterday, I sat down and talked with him after their little Saturday walkthrough, and he's just chewing at the bit to go. If you want to say, he's raring, and he's kind of like, he told me yesterday, he's never felt this way, even in his years at Texas, because he's never had to sit out and watch for so long, but he knows that that's part of being a pro now, and if it means sitting around watching and he's got a little injury that he's got to nurse, then so be it. Another other quick note is that Billy Joe Hobart this past week told me that he knows, and after watching what he did against the Packers in that preseason game, that if he just remains calm and plays like that, he doesn't have any problems and feels very confident he can move this team up and down the field. They do know this is going to be a tough game. This is not going to be any type of cakewalk. No matter what kind of preseason Carolina had, they know they're a good football team. So we'll see how it turns out and how this opening game for the Saints after a long training camp turns out. Back upstairs to you guys.
All right, Kenny, we look forward to your reports from the sideline throughout the game.
Fine, sir.
Well, let's pause 10 seconds for stations to identify themselves on the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
You're listening to Saints football on your sports voice of the Bayou Land. KKOI-FM, Donaldsonville, Gonzales, is Bayou Land Oldies 104.9.
Harold Futan of Reserve, Louisiana is this week's snap a $25,000 kickoff for cash contestant. If the Saints run back the kickoff for a touchdown, Harold will win $25,000.
Of course, they won't have that opportunity at the moment because the Panthers will be returning the kickoff of today's game, and they send Michael Bates back deep along with Fred Lane. Doug Bryan puts his foot into the football, and the 99 season is underway. This is Bates from the 6 across the 10, 15, 20. Ball comes free, lying on the carpet, picked up by the Saints. They're going to take it in for the touchdown. Tyrone Drakeford picks up the loose ball, and on the very first play of this game, the Saints have a score, a 14-yard return of the Bates fumble, and the Saints have scored already.
Well, that's one hell of a way to start a season, Jim. You come down on special teams, you want everybody excited, you're pumped up, you're playing at home, expectations are high, you come down and rip that ball loose, and that ball laid on the ground for a long time, and it was just good hustle by Tyrone. Picked that ball up 14 yards in the end zone. A hell of a way to get it started.
Well, little did we know that the Saints would score on the opening kickoff, but it'd be the Panthers returning that kickoff. So the Saints, with a great opportunity to capitalize on here early, Doug Bryan out of the hold of Tommy Barnhart adds the extra point, and just 12 seconds into the opening quarter of the 1999 season, the Saints take a 7-0 lead.
Wow, that was outstanding. Outstanding play, good hustle, great way to get it started. Carolina comes up and they have the wedge. What happens is that when the returner pops out of that wedge, he's on his own. And he has nothing to do. Michael Bates is trying to come outside. They built that daggum wedge for a reason, Jim. You stay in behind there as that return guy, and I'm sure that's exactly what they're going to tell Michael Bates when he gets over there. Now, the bad thing that happens in this, and it always seems to happen in teams, when you go down and you get a free score like that and nothing happens from it, sometimes there's a tendency to let down a little bit. You know that you're up 7-0 already. The big thing is now, and Dick is just coming out of the kickoff huddle, and I'm sure he's reminding these guys they have to kick and cover again, and then the defense has got to go out there and play hard. They've got to just take that play, put it completely away from them, don't think about it anymore. Go out there now and play this next play as hard as you can. No letdown. Very, very important at this time.
It was Fred Weary who knocked the ball free. Drakeford picked it up, and officially it is a 20-yard return of that fumble for the touchdown. And Michael Bates, who this year changed to number 24, his old brother Mario's number when he was a New Orleans Saint, looking a bit like Mario on his first attempt. Now the Saints will squib it downfield. It's picked up by one of the up people at the 25. And he will be brought down short of the 40-yard line. So Doug Bryan squibbing the ball downfield, I believe intentionally, although maybe he just mishit it.
Well, if you look at Bobby April over there, if you look at Bobby April on the sideline, I don't think there's any question that that was intentional. He's very, very adamant about what's going on. And they're over there now, Coach Dicka, they're all having a little chat. So Doug Bryan is trying to figure out exactly what the coaches wanted. I don't think that was it, Jim.
That was Brian Kinchin on the return, the former LSU Tiger, primarily a deep snapper. Out comes Steve Berline in this Carolina offense, 1st and 10 from their 38-yard line. Biaka Batuka in motion behind it. Berline wants to throw, 3-step drop, throws it to no one on the sideline, and he is buried. Troy Wilson was in on him. Let's set this Carolina Panther offense for you. Muhsin Muhammad and Ray Caruth open at wide receiver. Wesley Walls is the tight end. Former Saint Clarence Jones is the left tackle. Matt Campbell at left guard. Once came to the Saints as a rookie free agent tight end. He's now their starting left guard. Frank Garcia is the center. Anthony Redmond, the right guard, and the right tackle is second-round draft choice Chris Terry. Steve Berline along with Tim Biaka Batuka and William Floyd in the backfield. After the incompletion, it's 2nd and 10 for the Panthers from their 38-yard line. Split backs, handoff, Biaka Batuka. Sweeping left, he's across the 40 and dragged down short of the 45-yard line by Chris Bordano, ranging from his middle linebacking position to the sideline to make the tackle. A 6-yard gain for Biaka Batuka. The Saints open up front with Wilson, Martin, Glover, and Smith. It's Mitchell, Bordano, and Fields, the linebackers. Ambrose and Drakeford on the corners. Sammy Knight is the strong safety, and Rob Kelly, the free safety. So after an incompletion and a 6-yard run by Biaka Batuka, it's 3rd and 4 for the Panthers from their 44. If you're just joining us, the Saints score on the opening play of this game. returning a fumble by Bates for a 20-yard touchdown run in the hands of Drakeford. 3rd and 4 from the 44. Bates comes in motion out of the backfield. Burline 3-step drop, throws it to no one over the middle at the 45-yard line. Well, you can see the influence of George Seifert in this West Coast offense. The very quick drops, the very quick passes, the quick slants. But Burline badly off target here early.
Well, the Saints have put some pressure on him, and you talk to the Saints defensive coaching staff, and they've all said that they're not a good enough team to be able to just sit back and wait and go with a 4-man rush up front. So that's exactly what they're doing. They're stacking the linebacker in there, and they're pushing off of Leroy Glover and letting him get some lanes to move. Put a little pressure on Burline early.
Ken Walter to punt it away. It's a very wobbly effort. Eddie Kennison comes up and makes the catch at the 34-yard line, and that's where the Saints will have it right after this. They'll spot the ball back at the 22. A 34-yard effort. 13:47 remaining in the first quarter. Saints will take over when we return, leading 7-0. 1st and 10 Saints from their 22-yard line. They threw it deep on the first play offensively in preseason. What will they open with here? A handoff to number 34, and Ricky Williams' first carry is across the 25-yard line. A pickup of 3, perhaps as many as 4 yards.
Well, that's a nice safe play there, Jim. I tell you what, you can't imagine the butterflies that are going on in that huddle. So many expectations for this offense, and it's an offensive group that hasn't played together very much during the whole preseason. So now they get one out of the way. You've got to take a hit to get those butterflies to calm down. Now let them all calm down and see what they're going to play.
It's a 4-yard gain, 2nd and 6 for the Saints from their 26. 2 wide receivers stacked to the left. Backs are split behind Hobart. Again, the carry is Williams. Good hole, right side, up across the 30 to the 31-yard line. Brought down by the cornerback, Eric Davis, after a 5-yard gain.
Same thing, running over there to the right, behind Turley. They're getting that thing stretched out. What they're doing, actually, is the defense is coming up, and they're playing an over or an under defense. And that time they take it, and they move all of their defensive guys over to the weak side, which is called an under defense. They're only leaving 2 guys back to the strong side at the tight end, and they're running the ball right back at the tight end side. Saints are having a good time right now running this football.
This is exactly what they hope for from Williams, staying on schedule. It's 3rd and 1. He gets his 3rd straight carry, running left as a flag goes down. Williams is dragged down at the 37-yard line. Kyle Turley comes in late, like a former right tackle that used to play for the Saints, and buries the linebacker on that side.
That's not late, Jim. That's going down there, and you got to protect that ball carrier. Your job is to keep them guys.
Repeat 3rd down.
Wally Williams, detected for holding, will negate that 1st down.
Offensive lineman's job is to keep that guy, any of them, away from your ball carrier, whether it's a quarterback or the man toting the football.
Poole and Kennison open at wide receiver, Slutzker at tight end, Rope, Williams, Fontenot, Nioli, and Turley up front. It's Hobart who opens at quarterback, Williams and Craver behind him. So the first penalty of this game
now is
the
the time.
Brings up 3rd
United
and 11
Community
now
Bank.
from the 21 after Williams had run 3 straight times for a 1st down. The Saints will go with 3 wide receivers and back split behind Billy Joe Hobart, who drops, looks, sets up the screen for Craver. Craver being run down by Barrow for very little, if any, gain. And so the Saints were on schedule, but the penalty made them go off schedule, and now the offense will go off the field as they'll have to punt it away. It was but a gain of 1 yard, and it brings up 4th and 11.
Well, Carolina comes in there in that defense, and they're just going to play manned up. And that's all they did. Linebackers had the 2 running backs, and the screen's not working when you have them manned up like that.
The newest Panther, Eric Metcalf. The former Brown, former Cardinal, former Raven, back to await the punt of Tommy Barnhart, and it's a dandy. He sails it toward the near sideline. Metcalf brings it in at the 32, slips the tackle of Hewitt, looks for a block, may have gotten a clip, turns the corner. He's up to the 50-yard line, and there is a flag down at the 40-yard line on the Carolina side of the football, and the initial indication is that it will go against the Panthers for holding after a 45-yard punt and an 18-yard Eric Metcalf return.
Holding during the return, number 24, 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. 1st down, Carolina.
So there's a timeout on the field with 11:25 to play first quarter. Saints lead the Panthers 7-0. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network. And it was he who just held on the return, and so Burline sets up the screen that's tipped at the line of scrimmage and incomplete, intended for Ray Caruth. And the Saints seem to be doing a lot of zone blitzing. That was Brady Smith, the right defensive end, who had dropped off in pass coverage.
So they're trying to bring him up the middle. Let's take an Abita Springs Water Saints sideline report with Kenny Wilkerson. Kenny, what do you have?
That last series, Stan, was Eddie Kennison took a shot to the head, but he's okay. Dr. Brown was talking to him, making sure that everything was all right, and he knew where he was. Harold Jackson, his position coach, walked over and looked at him and said, "You okay?" He said, "Yeah, I'm fine." They started laughing, so we should see him back on the field shortly. Back upstairs to you guys.
All right, Kenny, it's 2nd and 10 for the Panthers from their 31. Burline hands it off on the delay to Bianca Batuka, and he is smothered. No gain on the play. Wayne Martin stood his ground, and he got some help from Troy Wilson.
We talked to the Saints, and we addressed it earlier. They said that they couldn't afford on defense to just sit back and wait for things to happen. They're trying to make some things happen now, and they're coming up and pushing they're pushing them with safety blitzes. They're coming up the middle. They have no running game. Carolina didn't have much of a running game, although the last 4 games of last season they improved, but that's one of the big concerns with this team right now.
Yes, it is, and now they look at 3rd and 10 from their 31. Burline with but 1 back behind him and 3 wide receivers. Saints coming up to the line of scrimmage, rushing just 4. Burline with time, throwing for Walls, incomplete. Gerard Cherry had him well covered and got his hand on the football at the 40-yard line to swat it away. So this defensive unit for the Saints showing their mettle early, and on comes Walter to punt it away for the 2nd time in this game.
But Gerard Cherry just goes up and lines up, faced up with Wesley Walls right at the line of scrimmage, and just stays with him coming off. A big target, and Burline tries to throw it in the belly. If you got that kind of a height, Burline should be throwing that ball up a little higher. Different when you're playing with different personality. There's no Jerry Rice out there, is there?
No, there's not. Ken Walter, who punted for 34 yards in his first effort, puts his left foot into this one, and it is high and very short. Kennison comes running up, signaling for the fair catch. Doesn't make it. The ball's rolling on the carpet inside the 30, down to the 26-yard line. Saints are contending they didn't have room to make that fair catch. It was so short that the people coming downfield to cover it for the Panthers were right in the face of Kennison, and the ball came down in the midst of all of them. But no penalty on the play. Instead, a 45-yard punt with much of it on the artificial turf of the Louisiana Superdome. The Saints offense coming out.
The defender ran into his own player. There was no foul on the play.
And they ruled that Kennison ran into his own player. So there is no foul, but there is a timeout on the field with 10:18 to play first quarter. Saints leading the Panthers 7-0. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network. 1st and 10 Saints from their 24. Ricky Williams carried twice for 9 yards on the first possession by the Saints. Play action. Hobart with all sorts of time. Throws down the middle, and it's incomplete. Intended for Eddie Kennison. Broken up by the strong safety, Brent Alexander. This gives us an opportunity to set the defense. Sean Gilbert not in there for the moment. A defensive tackle for the Panthers. It was a Sarah Toolo who was in there for him, along with Jason Peter, Tim Morabito, and Chuck Wiley. The linebackers are Kevin Green, Steve Tovar, and Mike Vero. Eric Davis and Doug Evans on the corners. Mike Minter and Brent Alexander, who just broke up that intended pass for Eddie Kennison, are at the safeties. So the Saints go to the air for the first time, and it's 2nd and 10 after the incompletion. Delay to Williams. Williams running over tacklers up to about the 32-yard line. That's an 8-yard gain.
He brings that ball in there, and he cuts back. And when he comes around that corner, and he dives up in there, and those little defensive backs are coming down there to the leg, he has the ability to dip that shoulder down and get it down about knee height, and he runs those guys over. He's punishing them.
Mike Minter, not the biggest safety in the world, was their strong safety, transferred to free safety this year, just 5'10", 188. And it was he who had to bring down that big train, Ricky Williams. 3rd and 2, Saints at the 32-yard line of New Orleans. Hastings in motion. They sweep it left with Craver on the toss, and Craver can't turn the corner. Good pursuit on the far sideline by Doug Evans, the right cornerback.
They string that thing out, and then they bring the corners up to 4s. That's when your receivers got to become great blockers out there. 3rd and 2, and the Saints got to get that ball and dive it up in the middle there. They got to get those first downs, keep things honest.
Ernest Jones was in on the tackle as well at his linebacking position, and Tommy Barnhart, whose first effort was 45 yards, stands back inside his 20. So the Saints got away from their game plan of running Williams on the early downs, and it cost them as they have to punt it away for the 2nd time. Metcalf comes running up, signaling for the fair catch. This hits at the 38-yard line. He takes it on a bounce, and Brett Besh puts him on his back at the 31-yard line. Once that ball hits, all bets are off. And so that's where the Panthers will start, from their own 32-yard line when we return after the 35-yard effort by Barnhart. 8:50 to play first quarter. Saints lead the Panthers 7-0. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
Here's the NFL scoreboard. Drive to Napa Auto Parts and register for the Napa 25,000 kickoff for cash contest, and you could win $25,000. Arizona, Philadelphia, these are all first quarter scores. Philadelphia is ahead 7-0, and we'll attach more of them. We'll attack more of these, Jim, after we call this play.
1st and 10 from the 32 of the Panthers. Bates comes in motion out of the backfield to the left. Looked like there was movement along the offensive line, and this play will be blown dead. More scores, Stan.
Dallas playing Washington in the first quarter. Dallas is ahead 7-0. St. Louis 3-0 over Baltimore. Kansas City 3-0
Prior to the
over
snap,
Chicago.
false start, offense, number 70, 5-yard penalty, still first down.
That's right tackle Chris Terry, the second-round draft choice.
Oakland and Green Bay, no score in the first quarter. Same with Buffalo, Indianapolis, no score. Tennessee 7-0 over Cincinnati right now in the first quarter. And New England over the Jets 3-0 in the first quarter.
1st and 15 now for the Panthers. Burline is 0 for 4 through the air here early. The line of scrimmage, the Carolina 27. Caruth comes in motion left to right. They'll run it with Biakabatuka sweeping left. He's got some room. Turns it upfield across the 40. Still inbounds. Dragged down as he gets into Saints territory by Troy Wilson after a 25-yard run by Biakabatuka.
You know, you talk about Burline being 0 for 4 so far in this game. In the preseason, Carolina talked about this and addressed it. Their quarterbacks were 64%. Burline was 68%. Their big question was, could they get the running game going? And right there, it looked like Biakabatuka is getting it going a little bit. The 2 successful runs they've had around the left side over there where Brady Smith has replaced Joe Johnson.
That's the first down by either offense with 8:06 to play in the first quarter. Saints leading 7-0. Burline looking to go to the air, throws it downfield, and it's caught by Muhammad in front of Ambrose, and he will be brought down inside the 25-yard line. Ambrose went for the football, perhaps to knock it away or to intercept it. Muhammad, who is such a big target at 6'2", 217, took it away from him, and that's a 26-yard gain.
Remember, Jim, last year, Muhammad's best game as a pro came against the Saints. He had 9 catches for 197 yards. He's a heck of a receiver. He feels comfortable with this. The Saints got to continue putting that pressure on Burline so that they don't get comfortable in the offense that they want to run. You want to keep the question marks running against a team that's struggling.
1st and 10 for the Panthers from the Saint 22. 7:30 to play first quarter. Saints lead 7-0. Burline, 3-step drop, guns it to Muhammad. It's up in the air, and it's going to be intercepted. Coming back the other way with it is Mitchell. And Keith Mitchell gets the tip ball, and the Saints get the interception. It was Drakeford who had his hand on the football.
Wow, amazing. You know, the things that they talked about during the whole preseason that Siebert was going to continue to work on, and the thing that he made the most improvement on were penalties and turnovers. Now, we've seen a lot of penalties so far with this team. Siebert is known to be able to take these teams and get them organized and get them concentrating on what they're doing where they don't have those problems. But so far, they've been penalized, and now another turnover, a costly turnover. That's their second that's their second turnover. The Saints return that interception 18 yards. The ball's on the 35-yard line.
1st and 10, New Orleans. Wideouts, 2 of them to the left for Billy Joe Hobart. Craver and Williams behind him. The handoff goes to Williams, hit at the line of scrimmage, spins away from the tackle of Morabito, and then is wrapped up for a loss on the play.
Well, Jim, that play right there is just the fact that Ricky Williams hasn't had a lot of time with this offensive line. They're pulling the left side around, and they're trying to get Ricky Williams to run around the right side. He cuts that ball back on his own. When you cut the ball back and there's no blockers back there, everything you do is going to be on your own, and you're going to take the punishment right there.
He's carried 4 times for 16 yards now, has Ricky Williams. 2nd and 11 from the 35 after the loss of 1. Hobart brings it down, sacked from behind, ball's on the carpet. Saints have fallen on it, it appears, back around their 27-yard line.
Billy Joe going to take that ball and pump fake it and throw it. Now, he talked earlier in the pregame when I was down there talking to him how much he liked it where he could throw that ball early, and he had early reads of throwing it. Right there, he got some kind of false read where he had to pull that ball down, and then the pressure comes off of that left side. They're bringing the linebackers up in there, And what happens is whenever you're trying to put a running back in there to block, and Aaron Craver's trying to come up there and block, and he's not knowing that the quarterback's going to hold the ball. If it's a 3-step drop, go up and cut him, there's not a problem. But right there, looked like Craver tried to, they might be questioning this call, but it looked like Aaron Craver thought it was a 3-step, went up to cut the linebacker, Burrows, I believe. Yes, Mike Barrow, and he missed him.
New Orleans has challenged the ruling on the field that the pass was a fumble and not a forward pass. We'll review the play.
Boy, oh boy, I don't know if I would
Why would you
use up a timeout if you're wrong on this one for that.
They get the ball back, Jim. I don't understand why they got the ball back. Why would they question that?
Let's pause 10 seconds for stations to identify themselves on the New Orleans Saints radio network.
You're listening to Saints football on your sports voice, the Bayouland. KKOI-FM, Donaldsonville, Gonzales, is Bayouland Oldies, 104.9.
The way the rules are, the way that a layman myself would interpret it is that the only thing that he gets to look at, the only thing that Larry Nemmers, the referee, is going to get to look at is what is shown on the TV. He can't look at the big screen up here. Now, they could get a different angle. And you can only use this rule during the game other than the last 2 minutes of either half.
Right.
But I don't understand why the Saints would question this. The Saints got the ball back. It was without a doubt a fumble. What's the difference other than just the 7 yards from the fumble? But there's no question that this is a fumbled ball and not an incomplete pass.
Well, replay was used 61 times in 63 preseason games. 14 on-field decisions were reversed. We certainly wouldn't expect this one to be, though Larry Nemmers is still looking at it on the video monitor alongside the field.
And the other thing, remember now, he only gets 90 seconds. One of the big question marks about bringing the instant replay back was when they had it a couple years ago. It took so daggum long for them to go over there. The people at home sitting in their easy chair drinking a beer made the decision immediately. And the officials are over there looking at it. By the time they got done, it got boring, and the fans were boring, and they were booing. The players are out on the field, and you're kind of wanting to go, okay, forget it. We don't care. Just call something. But what they tried to do now is put a 90-second time limit on it, and it has to be without a question that this is changeable. This is not going to be changeable. There's no doubt about it. This was a fumbled ball. Billy Joe's trying to pull that ball back down, and as he does, just the momentum of his arm going forward causes that ball to come out because he is trying to tuck it underneath his right arm.
It has to be indisputable visual evidence. He's now got about 10 seconds left to view this instant replay, does referee Larry Nemmers, and then the screen goes black, and he has to make his decision. It's surprising to us, at least, that it's taken him this long.
Again, now they're showing an elapsed time of 1 minute and 36 seconds, and it's counting. But when the clock actually starts from the time that the coaches come over and he sees the coach. And actually, you have to stay here with the referee. They can't go to a TV commercial timeout.
Right. Nor a radio timeout.
That's correct, and we get to sit and chat about it.
Exactly.
After reviewing the play, by rule, when the quarterback's arm is going forward, it's a forward pass until he gets the ball tucked all the way into his chest. The quarterback did not get the ball all the way back into his chest, so it is an incomplete pass.
Wow. Good job, Coach Dick.
The challenge is upheld. The ball will be put in play where it was recovered by New Orleans. It'll be second down, third down.
No, I don't.
It's
an incomplete pass.
It's an incomplete pass.
New Orleans will not be charged with a timeout. It's an incomplete pass. It'll be second down at the previous spot.
There you go, Larry.
Well, we give all the credit in the world to Mike Ditka. That's an interpretation of the rule I have never heard.
No, neither have I. And even in that interpretation of the rule, it looked like he brought it all the way back down and was getting ready to tuck it
The ruling
under.
is upheld. The pass is incomplete. The ball will be put in play at the previous spot, third down.
So instead of 3rd and 18, they'll move it back up to where it's 3rd
and about 11, it would look like.
Well, I would have never thought that they were going to turn that one over, but Coach Ditka, that's why he's down there and we're up here, Jim.
Well, that's a good call on his part, and I give him all the credit in the world. Although I would reaffirm what you said, it looked to me like he had that ball tucked away. but a technicality allows the Saints to recoup about 7 yards. It's 3rd and 11 from the 35, and this time Hobart looks to throw. Under pressure, running up. He will dump it off incomplete, throwing it over the head of Aaron Craver, who was about 3 yards in front of him. So the Saints looking very ragged at the moment offensively.
Well, they have not been able to put anything together. They've come out and tried to establish the run it once, run it on second down. They get themselves in trouble. This is not the kind of situation that the Saints wanted to be in. They wanted to be in rhythm and on time. That means you're 2nd down and 5, and then on the second play, you can maybe get to 3rd down and 1. They have not been on time so far today.
Barnhart fields his punt is fielded by Metcalf, who's hammered at the 23-yard line, just smothered by one of the oncoming Saints. That looked to be Vincent Smith. It was Vincent Smith, the veteran, who just buried Eric Metcalf. A timeout on the field with 6:08 to play first quarter. The Saints lead the Panthers 7-0. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network. Well, we expected to see a couple of struggling offenses early. They have been exactly that. Neither team has run a 4-play series as yet. With 6:08 to play in the first quarter, the Saints leading 7-0. Cashing in on the first play of this game when Drakeford picked up a fumble by Bates on the opening kickoff and took it in from 20 yards out for our only score. 1st and 10 Panthers from their 23. Caruth in motion. The handoff goes to Biakabatuka, hit immediately in the backfield and dropped. He was nailed by William Whitehead, and this is the guy who won a spot in preseason with his quickness up front and has had his number switched. As he used to be number 60, he's now 98, and his quickness allowed him to avoid Wesley Wall's very ineffectual attempt at blocking him, and it's a loss of 3 on the play, and it'll bring up 2nd and 13 at the 21. Two wideouts to the right side of the field. Backs are split. In motion comes Caruth, right to left. Verline drops straight back. Saints are coming with a safety blitz, and down he goes. Smith had him, Sammy Knight had him, and Verline is sacked back around the 13-yard line.
Well, Brady Smith coming around that corner. Verline has not had any protection so far all day. Brady Smith coming around the corner, and he just brings the pressure. They're bringing a safety up in there. Now, sometimes when they bring the safety, the quarterback knows, I have the safety. But you have everybody else. When 2 of them come free, there's nothing that Verline can do right there.
It's a loss of 7 on the sack, and it brings up 3rd and 20 from the 14 of the Panthers. And you're right, I don't think the Panthers have any confidence that they can protect Steve Verline. Let's see how they do here as he brings out 3 wide receivers, 1 back behind him. They're going to keep it on the ground with Biakabatuka. Leroy Glover spying along the defensive line of scrimmage, drops him after a short gain. That's a pickup of 4 yards, and the Saint defense coming off the field to a standing ovation from the fans behind their bench.
Well, there's no doubt about it. This Saints defense has played pretty good, pretty well so far. They're putting a lot of pressure on Verline. They're keeping them out of doing what they want to do. No one thinks that they have a good running back. The Carolina Panthers don't have a good running game, so you don't want them to let Verline get things taken care of.
Walters hit his best punt of the day. It drives Kennison back to his 31. He slips a tackle and turns the corner upfield. Across the 40, driven out of bounds around the 41-yard line. So Walter, after punting for 34 and 45 yards, lifts this one 51 yards downfield, but Kennison brings it back 10, and the Saints will have good starting field position at their own 41-yard line. 1st and 10 New Orleans. They lead 7-0. That coming via the special teams with Tyrone Drakeford bringing back a fumble of Michael Bates, 20 yards on the opening kickoff of this game for our only score. The Saints have run Ricky Williams early. He has carried 4 times for 16 yards. 1st and 10 from the 41. This is Williams. Nothing to the right. Cuts it back. Barrows on him. He's dropped short of the 45-yard line. Give him about 3 on the carry before strong safety Brent Alexander comes up to put him down. Sean Gilbert, who had been sidelined earlier, their huge defensive tackle in this new 4-3 defense that the Panthers are playing, is back in the lineup. Sean Gilbert, who in 1996 was signed to a 7-year, $46.5 million contract away from the Redskins and has yet to pay off. Here's Williams sweeping left, showing his speed, pushed out of bounds as he crosses his 45-yard line. The cornerback, Doug Evans, knocked him out of bounds, but Kevin Green got some close-up looking at Ricky Williams' speed as he looked to have the angle on Williams, and then Williams was just able to turn the corner and take it upfield.
A nice story about Kevin Green is he's coming in and they've taken him and moved him to a linebacker from a 3-4 to a 4-3. A 3-4 meaning they have 3 down linemen and 4 linebackers. 4-3 they now have 4 linebackers, or 4 down linemen and 3 linebackers. Talk more about that after the play.
Saints trying to convert on 3rd and 4. They are 0 for 3 in 3rd down conversions. Hobart throws it behind Poole, and it's incomplete. He was hit by Michael Swift, and the Saints still looking to convert on 3rd down as Hobart off target on the pass that would have carried with it a first down had the catch been made by Poole. And Hobart has really looked shaky here early. And you can see, as we do on the replay, that Hobart very upset with his effort there because he knew he had the first down if he'd thrown a pass on target to Poole. Here's Barnhart to punt for the 4th time. He stands back at his 31-yard line. Metcalf awaits the punt at his 10. Snap is back to Barnhart. Panthers have a return on. It's a wobbly effort. Metcalf comes up and makes the fair catch at the 20-yard line. A 33-yard punt by Barnhart. No return by the Panthers.
Here's the NFL scoreboard, Jim. Drive to Napa Auto Parts and register in the Napa $25,000 kickoff for cash contest, and you can win $25,000. In the first quarter, Philadelphia, Arizona, still 7-0 Philadelphia. Dallas beating Washington in the first quarter 7-3. St. Louis over Baltimore 3-0. In the second quarter, Chicago now 7 to Kansas City 3. Green Bay and Oakland still in the first quarter 7-0 Green Bay. Indianapolis has scored first in the second quarter 7-0 over Buffalo. Cincinnati, Tennessee tied at 7, and the Jets in New England 7-3 with the Jets winning.
1st and 10 for the Panthers from their 20-yard line. Biakabatuka comes out of the backfield in motion. Play action. Burline rolling right, throws it underneath to his tight end Walls, and Walls is bulldogged down by Keith Mitchell up around the 27-yard line, a gain of 7.
There's a player down on the field, but I think right now Clarence Jones is just trying to fix his shoe. By the looks of it, there's no one coming out. When you're offensive lineman, you got all your hands are all taped up. You got everything all around there. You're trying to wear these high-top shoes and get them taped on. Actually, you look like a boxer when you get ready to go out and play, and then to have to tie your shoe is a little bit difficult task.
So tying your shoe as an offensive lineman, a pretty insurmountable task. Here's the handoff to Biakabatuka, and he's dragged down by Leroy Glover. Boy, you just get the feeling that this offensive line of the Carolina Panthers is not going to be much of a match for the Saints defense here today.
Well, you don't know, and you're thinking about Brady Smith taking over for Joe Johnson, and Biakabatuka has had 2 nice gains outside, but Brady Smith right there is taking Clarence Jones and just stringing him down the line. That's allowing your linebackers to come up there and make the plays. And that's a nice job by Brady Smith. And the 2 bad ones, Brady Smith has gotten cut down by Clarence Jones or by the first back out of the backfield.
Panthers are 0 for 3 in 3rd down conversions. This is 3rd and 5 from their 25. Burline, 3-step drop, holds onto the football, being chased. Down he goes. Smith is on him. He had some help. Wayne Martin was there as well, and for the Saints, that is their 2nd sack of the first quarter.
Well, that's coverage sack, Jim. They had them all covered up. And when you take them, and you can take Kevin Mitchell and line him up with Wesley Walls, that's who they're trying to throw the ball to, and he covered him up hard, and Burline's looking at one receiver, and he never has time to get off to his 2nd and 3rd read. That was good pressure by the... somebody's not out on the field.
That's Whitehead. William Whitehead comes on late, so the Saints essentially playing with 10 here in the return game. The punt by Walter is a line drive, fielded by Kennison at his 33, takes it up the far sideline and scampers out of bounds in the vicinity of the 40. A 47-yard punt and a 6-yard return by Kennison. Eddie Kennison, who was shaken up early in this game, but back in there now, and on comes Billy Joe Hobart. The Saints were moving effectually on their very first possession of this game, ran it 3 straight times with Ricky Williams for the first down, but on the 3rd play, the Saints were caught holding. They couldn't convert on 3rd down, and it's been all downhill from them from there on for the Saints offense. 1st and 10 from the 38-yard line of the Saints. Hobart handing to Williams, sweeping left, a bit of a hole, dragging a tackler up to the 45-yard line. That's a very good gain on first down, and let's go down to Kenny Wilkerson.
Jim, let's take an Abita Springs Water Saints sideline report with Kenny. Go ahead, Kenny.
Well, I tell you what, Stan, last time the offense came off the field, first Ditka got a hold of Billy Joe Hobart. Didn't really read him the riot act or anything like that. He just simply said, you're rushing it. You've got to calm down. Then Danny Abramowitz pulled him on the side and said, the pocket's not collapsing like you're feeling it is, so let the plays develop because you've got some open receivers. With that, I'll send it back upstairs to you guys.
I would agree from our vantage point. 2nd and 3 from the 45 of New Orleans. Kennison in motion. Hobart hands off to Williams. Stutter stepping and breaking free. Almost breaking it all the way. Davis brings him down with an ankle-high tackle at the 48-yard line on the final play of the first quarter, and Ricky Williams is slow to get up, and he's limping on that ankle coming to the Saints bench. He almost broke the tackle of Davis, and he probably would have taken it the distance, but instead he's tackled low and shaken up and comes to the sideline on the final play of the first quarter with the Saints leading the Panthers 7-0. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network. Ricky Williams on the Saint bench, being administered to by Dean Kleinschmidt and Tim Finney as they look at his left ankle twisted at the bottom of the pile with Eric Davis making the tackle. Saints go the other way on first down and throw it downfield to Kramer for a first down inside the 35-yard line on the first play of the second quarter. Middle linebacker Steve Tovar on the stop after a 14-yard gain.
Jim, the first quarter stats, the Saints only had 1 first down in the whole first quarter, 38 yards rushing, only 2 yards passing for a total of 40 yards. They had the ball, though, for 7 minutes and 11 seconds. The Panthers, on the other hand, have been just about as inept. 2 first downs, 31 yards rushing, 22 yards passing, total of 53 yards.
1st and 10 from the 33. Troy Davis checks in as the halfback with Ricky Williams on the bench now. As they look at his left ankle, Hobart has to reset his wide receiver Kennison as the play clock winds down. 3-step drop. Hobart throws it near sideline. Reception by Poole and out of bounds with Davis on the coverage around the 26-yard line. A 7-yard gain. They've cut the tape off Ricky Williams' left ankle, and they're about ready to retape it, and hopefully he can re-enter this game.
Right now they're spraying it with an ice. I don't know what it is. It's got a bunch of gas in it. When they spray it on, it almost freezes the ankle. And so it's a good sign that Dean's getting ready to tape that thing back up. You know Ricky Williams wants to get back in the game and play.
2nd and 3 from the 26-yard line of the Panthers. Saints leading 7-0. This their best drive thus far. Here's Davis hit at the line of scrimmage and dragged down for a loss on the play. Dragged down by Jason Peter, their former first-round draft choice in 1998. They've taken a lot of heat over his selection. They passed over Vonnie Holliday to take Peter, and he's been a disappointment thus far, a bit undersized, though he enjoyed a good preseason for the Panthers, and they're hopeful that he is what they thought he was when they drafted him out of Nebraska.
Remember the different philosophies now. Some coaches like little skinny defensive ends that can rush up the field. Some like the big, strong guys. Right now, what George Siebert's going through is he's dealing with the cards that have been dealt with him.
3rd and 5 from the 28. Hobart resets his offense. 3-step drop, looks right, throws left, and incomplete. Craver hadn't really turned around for the football when it was already on him, and it went off his shoulder pad and incomplete. He was covered by Michael Swift. And so on will come Doug Bryant. Doug Bryant, who misfired in the final preseason game up in Nashville, and I was watching him in warm-ups today, and he was not kicking the ball well. Hopefully he's gotten rid of whatever residue remains from missing inside 40 in Nashville, and this will be a 46-yard attempt from the right hash mark with Barnhart to hold, and the Saints looking to extend their lead. Snap is back. Barnhart puts it down. Bryant has it on its way. It's barely getting there, and it is good. Just barely over the crossbar from 46 yards out. And the Saints now have a 10-0 lead over the Panthers with 12:52 to play, quarter number 2. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
Let's take an Abita Springs Water Saints sideline report with Kenny Wilkerson. Kenny, give us an update.
All right, Stan, what they did freeze it. What they did was they cut all the tape off, took a look at it. Dr. Finney and Dean Kleinschmidt both agreed that it was just maybe twisted it, but really no big deal. So they froze it like you were talking about with that spray that they put on there, retaped it. They'll have him back up on his feet momentarily, and he'll be back in the game next time the offense hits the field. I will also add, both Mike Ditka and Danny Abramowitz are getting into it pretty good when the offense came off the field last time. Up to you.
Bates from the 8 returns the kickoff of Bryan beyond the 30, a 23-yard return. And that's where the Panthers will go to work with 12:42 to play in quarter number 2, and the Saints leading by a score of 10-0. This will be Carolina's 6th possession. They have not run more than 3 plays in any of the previous 5 that concluded with 4 punts and an interception.
Jim, that last Saints drive was 7 plays, 34 yards, 2 minutes and 59 seconds, ending in a 46-yard field goal by Bryan.
1st and 10 for the Panthers from their 31. Steve Berline not being protected very well, not throwing the ball very well. He's going to try to throw here on 1st down. A 5-step drop. Walls is wide open into Saints territory to the 45-yard line. Looked like somebody blew a coverage because Walls was wide open in the middle of that secondary.
I can't tell if Willie Clay's supposed to come up or if the backer's supposed to drop out. And even looking at the replay, you can't really tell. But they sure found the hole in that zone right there. And that's a big play for them. And they've had 3 big plays now.
That one was for 25 yards. 1st and 10 from the 44-yard line of the Saints. Berline handing it off to Fred Lane. His carry is to the 40-yard line. His first carry of this game for 4 yards. Sammy Knight in on the stop. Fred Lane has enjoyed some big days against the Saints. The last 3 times he's faced them, he's carried for in excess of 100 yards. They opened with Tim Biakabatuka. George Seifert said this week that he has got 5 people in his backfield, and he intends for every one of them to carry the football sometime during this game, trying to find somebody who can boost this running game. 2nd and 6 from the 40-yard line of New Orleans. 3-step drop. Berline, he throws it high. The catch is made by Caruth, short of the 35-yard line. That's a 5-yard reception. Mark Fields in on the stop along with Knight. Ray Caruth missed much of last year with a broken foot. In fact, 14 of the 16 games. And he's got to fill the void left by Rocket Ismail, who left as a free agent and went to the Cowboys. The Panthers are 0 for 4 on 3rd down conversions. They look at 3rd and 1 here from the New Orleans 35. Caruth is split out wide to the left. Muhammad wide right. Lane goes in motion. Berline looks to throw. Does, and it's complete to Lane on the near sideline. Bowling over a tackler. Clay pushed out of bounds around the 12-yard line of New Orleans for a 23-yard gain.
Well, right there, Jim, the Saints are going with that gamble. They said that they can't just sit back and wait for things to happen. They dropped Troy Wilson off to try and cover Lane out of the backfield. Troy Wilson gets in that throwing lane, but they just can't make that coverage. That's a very, very hard thing to do without pressure, a 3-step drop for a defensive end to cover anybody coming out of the backfield.
Lane checks out of the lineup. 1st and 10 for the Panthers from the New Orleans 12. Saints leading 10-0. Biggest threat of the game to date for the Panthers. Floyd goes in motion. There's no one behind Berline. 4 wide receivers essentially. As Berline throws, he gets Caruth over the middle down to about the 6-yard line. Drakeford on the tackle. After a 7-yard reception.
What happens, Jim, is when you take the fullback out, you basically have an empty backfield. The William Floyd going in motion, that forces everybody, including the linebackers, to play manned up. Now, one of the linebackers has to go out and cover the fullback, so that opens the middle up and allowing that receiver to come in and just find that little dump right in front. They're trying to keep everything in front of them. Don't let them in the end zone. But the heck, they're down on the 5-yard line now.
And it's 2nd and 3. Berline retreats. Lots of time throwing to Walls. Touchdown. Walls beat Bordano over the middle and scampers into the end zone with a 5-yard touchdown reception.
Yeah, again, just coming right over the middle, almost like a basketball screen over the basketball player going down into the key and just turning his back on the defender. Bordano's trying to hang on. Guesses he running a comeback. Sometimes they'll take the tight end and they'll run in one direction, stop him, and bring him back. Bordano's waiting for him. He makes a little bit of a move. Berline throws the ball right on target. Easy play for Carolina.
On comes John Casey to attempt the extra point. The left-footed booter out of Georgia does so. And with 9:22 to play in the 2nd quarter, our score is now New Orleans 10 and Carolina 7.
Jim, that last drive by Carolina, 6 plays, 69 yards, 3 minutes and 30 seconds, ending in a 5-yard pass from Berline to Walls. Key to that, Berline was 5 for 5 in that drive.
The kickoff will come down to Dino Filyaw from his 3-yard line. He brought one back 93 last time he touched it in preseason, but he'll be dragged down as he crosses the 25-yard line. A 24-yard return by Dino Filyaw. That's where the Saints will have it at their 27, 1st and 10 with 9:11 to play. Quarter number 2 and leading 10-7 when we return. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network. Ricky Williams back in the Saints lineup, having tested that sprained left ankle, and he's in there now on 1st and 10 from the New Orleans 27. Craver in motion. Hobart, play action to Williams. Steps up, delivers the long ball deep down the far sideline for Kennison. Slapped away by Eric Davis. Eric Davis, the 10-year veteran out of Jacksonville State, equal to the speed of Kennison, who was flying down the far sideline, and he knocked it away incomplete.
No question about it. He had him step for step, made a heck of a play coming off there. You got to gate separation. When that defensive back looks back to the ball, the receiver has to get separation. The receiver can't get separation if the ball's not thrown out in front. And that ball was thrown, not the greatest throw that we've seen so far.
Hobart just 3 out of 9 now for 23 yards, and it's 2nd and 10 from the New Orleans 27. Give it to Ricky Williams, protecting the football with both hands. He runs it straight ahead for very little. Tuaolo in on the stop. It's a Sarah Tuaolo currently playing in there at right tackle for Sean Gilbert. That's a big loss for them, though Tuaolo was in on the tackle there.
I've not seen Sean Gilbert in quite a while. He's been kind of in and out spotted. Don't have an injury report on him, but I don't see him even over on the bench warming up or trying to get back in the game. Might have already gone to the locker room.
Saints have not converted in 5 third down opportunities, looking at 3rd and 10 here from their 27. Split backs and 3 wide receivers for Billy Joe Hobart, who puts Andre Hastings in motion. Drops straight back, under pressure, runs away from Green, rolling down the far sideline. He's going to keep it himself, lowers his shoulder, and is banged out of bounds short of the 35-yard line.
Well, they don't give you any points for being tough, and Billy Joe's playing with that broken rib. Remember, he broke that in the Green Bay game. He's got a plastic bubble inside of his flak jacket to kind of protect him right there, and no one ever came open. Carolina comes in there, and they're just going to rush 4, and they're going to drop everybody else off. It shows a lack of respect for the Saints passing game. They don't think that the receivers can get open, and Billy Joe can find them. You're going to bring 4, drop everybody off. Billy Joe tries to run around the corner, duck his head, and dive. Tough guy, still short on a 1st down.
5th punt of the first half here for Tommy Barnhart. Metcalf back deep. This is high and short. Metcalf, another fair catch around his 31-yard line. That's a 36-yard punt with no return.
Well,
there's a timeout on the field with 7:46 to play in quarter number 2. The Saints lead the Panthers 10-7. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network. By Henderson starts offensively. They've looked very bad on occasion, but they have benefited through big plays. Passes of 26, 25, and 23 yards and a run of 25.
But you talk to the Saints defensive coaches, and they knew they couldn't sit back and wait. And what has happened now is they're getting beat on big plays. When the the Saints are keeping everything up in front of them, they're doing okay, but the big plays are killing them. And Berline was 5 for 5 in the last drive where they scored.
And he seems to be finding his rhythm. 1st and 10 from the 31-yard line of Carolina. Handoff goes to Lane, and Lane brings it up across the 35, close to the 37-yard line. A gain of 6 for Fred Lane. Sammy Knight in on the stop.
You don't like your safeties coming up there and making your stops for you. You like the linebackers, and that's one problem that the Saints coaches have talked about, is do they have the linebackers that can stand in there and play for 16 weeks and be successful? They're not sure if Cordano can do it. They know he's a tough guy. He's going to play hard. They're just not sure about his reads.
2nd and 4 from the 37 of Carolina. Caruth in motion, back split behind Berline. Berline looking to throw, 3-step drop, guns it near sideline. Caruth hammered immediately by Ambrose after he takes in the pass around the 42-yard line. A gain of 5 looks to be enough for a 1st down, although we've received no official indication as yet. And now they have signaled that it is a 1st down. The clock is running and shows 6 minutes and 50 seconds to play in the first half. The Saints are leading 10-7 on a 20-yard Drakeford fumble return of the opening kickoff for a touchdown and a 46-yard Doug Bryan field goal. The Panthers scored a while ago in the second quarter on a 5-yard Burline to Walls connection. 1st and 10 for Carolina from their 42. Handoff lane. Saints are all over this one and have him back around the 32-yard line. That was a jailbreak. The Saints had about 6 players chasing Lane immediately as he was handed the football.
Well, they tried to bring Mohammed into motion and bring him down to going to bring the blocks. Now you got Berdano coming in and filling the holes. The one thing that they questioned was Berdano, could he read? But when he comes and he makes those plays, he makes up his mind he's going to do it. He does a nice job. He's a tough guy. He works very hard. Just some things that can kind of get confusing. The Saints are trying to keep it simple for him if they can. Right there, that played right into his hands. Nice read, came out, forced the play.
William Whitehead's quickness at left defensive end in evidence once more. 2nd and 18 from the 34. Burline going to throw it downfield. Catch is made by Muhammad. He scampers out of bounds at the 47-yard line of the Panthers, stopping the clock with Drakeford in coverage. 5:43 remaining here in the second quarter. Saints leading the Panthers 10-7.
Again, the Saints coming out and playing a zone. Tyrone Drakeford knows that he has Brady Smith dropping, and Brady Smith now is responsible for any quick 3-step drop coming right out to the side. But still, it's very difficult to get all that area with a defensive end. The Saints got burned on that earlier in the drive before this.
Muhammad's caught 2 for 40. This is 3rd and 4 from the 48 of Carolina. Muhammad is lined up to the near side of the field in a 3-wide receiver set. Burline rolls to his right, throwing on the run. The reception is made in Saints territory for the first down. The catch is made by Patrick Jeffers, but a flag has been thrown at the 40-yard line of the Saints, and this will go against the Panthers. The initial indication, pass interference offensively.
I watched Patrick Jeffers in the pregame warming up. He's a big guy.
Offensive pass interference, number 87, 10-yard penalty. Repeat, 3rd down.
A 6'3", 218-pounder. They like those big, tall receivers for possession. 5-year guy came over from Dallas, free agent. 4-year guy from Virginia. Pretty good receiver. Big, tall guy can run away. Once he gets that ball, get things going. What's sad about the penalty is it's away from the play, had nothing to do with what was going on, and very stupid. Those are the kind of things that Seifert will go crazy about. He expects those guys to play very, very conscientious, perfect football. No mistakes, no penalties, no turnovers.
Burline's hit his last 8 in succession. 3rd and 14 now from the Carolina 38. Again, 3 wide receivers, 2 to the near side. Burline under pressure, and down he goes with Smith on his back for the sack. Brady Smith hits him, and that is the Saints' 3rd sack unofficially here in the first half.
Well, Brady Smith runs around Clarence Jones. One nice thing, when you practice against a guy, you know his weaknesses, you know his strength. Brady Smith put a nice move on him, just comes straight around the corner. Clarence Jones could never get his feet stepped. A little bit late off the ball. Hard thing when you're playing in this Superdome and you're on the visiting side, it gets loud enough where you don't hear that snap. Brady Smith was fast enough to make the sack. Saints are only going to rush 3 guys in that play. You would expect to have that protected.
Here's Walters' punt. He hangs it high. This is returnable. Kennison from the 29, running to the near sideline, looking for a block. Flag goes down. He loses the football. It's rolling on the carpet. The Saints cover it at the 15-yard line. Fred Weary able to cover up on the fumble by Kennison, but it looked like the flag would have gone against the Saints. In fact, 2 of them were down. Looked to be a clip around the 28-yard line.
And no doubt about it, Jim, after the 43-yard punt, there was definitely a clip on it. And then to turn the ball over is the worst thing you can do. But the Saints do recover. Penalty's going to be against the Saints, just going to back them up. And their offense hasn't been set up well enough to be able to put together a 90-yard drive.
Now you look at this Saints offense at the moment, and it looks very
illegal block in the back during the return, number 23.
Execution goes. The numbers are not great anywhere, but as you had mentioned, the added ingredient is Ricky Williams and the expectation that he can break one.
Right, that's the only thing that's different. If this were a year ago and we would plug Ricky Williams' numbers in right now and give them to any of the running backs that were on this team last year or any of the reserves that are waiting in the background for Ricky Williams right now, we'd be really disappointed in the running game. But we are expecting Ricky Williams to be able to pop out and to be able to carry the ball 20 and 30 times a game like Coach Dick has said that they were going to do. Now Ricky twists his ankle a little bit. They're not going to be able to hand him that ball 30 times. Not tonight, not this game. But the expectations is the only thing that's different than what it was last year at this time when we were kind of on the Saints for not having a running game. Billy Joe's not having a good game. He had a good game a good half against the Green Bay Packers, but right now his numbers, he's only 3 for 9 and for 23 yards, and he's not having a good game. He's got to settle down and take control of what's going on out here. He knows that Ricky Williams isn't 100%. He's got to be able to settle down. Daniel Brownwitz has got to be able to call the plays so that things can happen.
The penalty was against Chris Hewitt in the kicking game, and so the Saints with bad field position will start at their 7, 1st and 10. Craver in motion. The running back is Williams. 2 wide receivers near side of the field. Williams gets the handoff, cuts it back to about the 10. Just a 3-yard gain before he's brought down by Mike Rucker, the 2nd-round draft choice out of Nebraska.
Every time Ricky Williams gets up now, he's just getting up right there, and he's limping. I don't know if he's going to be able to stay, Jim. It looks like they're signaling for him to come out.
Yep, he's going to limp off, favoring that left ankle. He's carried 10 times for 40 yards in this game. And now he may be on the bench for a while, perhaps to the end of this contest. We don't know, but that ankle continues to hamper him.
At least he doesn't have his agent down there working with him, where they're giving him treatment.
2nd and 7 from the 10. The Saints will run it with Davis, and he doesn't get much. 2, perhaps at most. Tovar in on the stop from his middle linebacking position.
Okay, Jim, now here's the situation that the Saints have offensively. If you're a veteran group and you know that your star isn't out there, you gotta buck up. Everybody's got to play a little bit harder. All the lines got to go in there and attack. Now, if you're a young group, you start thinking, oh my God, we've lost Ricky Williams. He's not going to be able to be in the game. I'm not sure if we're going to have a chance. So now you got William Rolfe, who's got to be able to step up, and Billy Joe, who's got to be able to tell those guys in the huddle, dadgummit, let's buckle down and get this job done, because this is a group of guys that they can beat.
3rd and 5 from the 12. Busted play. Hobart's going to run it himself. Billy Joe Hobart tackled short of the 15-yard line as his back went the other way, and Hobart picks up 2 yards. But Saints fans are booing this ineptitude that their offense has displayed throughout the first half that has just over 2.5 minutes remaining.
Well, it looked like they're supposed to go back and run a draw, and everybody knew it except for the running back. He's a handy guy to know it.
Carolina, that's their first team timeout.
The Panthers will take a timeout to conserve some of this time with 2:25 remaining, and they'll be anticipating the punt of Tommy Barnhart.
Well, let's take an Abita Springs Water Saints sideline report with Kenny Wilkerson. Kenny, we're wearing you out today. What do you got?
Oh, that's all right, Stan. And they're going to take Ricky Williams into the locker room. They didn't like the way things were going when he went out onto the field. He came off. They called for the cart. He just got on, and he's on his way to the locker room. They'll take some x-rays, and we'll get a word back to you guys as soon as we know the results of that. Back upstairs to you guys.
Well, this appears to be a lingering ankle problem. He may have come back too soon, who knows, but obviously he's playing with a target on that left ankle. You can see that on the tackle by Davis, who gave it a little bit of extra twist down at the bottom of that tackle.
Yeah, I don't think that it was anything cheap, but that's something that normally happens. When you wrap a guy up and you're taking him to the ground, your body continues to roll, almost like an alligator. You know, they show an alligator attack and then they try and roll. That's exactly how he was brought down, and that ankle did take a little bit of a twist. Now, this high ankle sprain, they say, is the worst and the slowest to recover, and I think that that's true.
Here's Barnhart's punt. It's another high, short effort. Metcalf's going to return it from his 49, dancing right, dancing left, brought down around the 47-yard line, and there's a fight going on at the 50. Now the two have been separated after the 36-yard punt by Barnhart and the 3-yard Metcalf return. The Panthers will have it with good field position and 2 timeouts remaining, trailing the Saints by 3 points, 10-7.
Again, Jim, in this situation, the leadership's going to make the difference in how the Saints handle this. And I'm not talking about the coaches. I'm talking about the players. The players have got to get together, understand what's going on. This is a beatable team, but they're going to have to get together, and everybody's going to have to go out and put the pressure on themselves to execute. Running backs, quarterbacks, offensive line, as well as the defense. I think the defense playing pretty well right now.
1st and 10 from the New Orleans 47. Saints showing blitz. Verline dropping, throwing, and it's caught by Muhammad on a sliding grab. He gets back to his feet and is tackled at the 35-yard line as the clock continues to run, winding down to the 2-minute warning, which we have just reached. 2 minutes remaining before halftime. Saints clinging to a 3-point lead over the Panthers. It's New Orleans 10 and Carolina 7. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
These are all second quarter scores. Philadelphia 21, Arizona 6, Dallas 14, Washington 13, St. Louis 10, Baltimore 3, Chicago 13, Kansas City 3. I'll get to the second half of those scores right after this play.
First and 10 for the Panthers from the New Orleans 34. Lane goes in motion out of the backfield. 5-step drop, pump fake. Burline wants it all. Near sideline for Caruth, and it is broken up by Ambrose. Ashley Ambrose gets his fingertips on the ball down around the goal line for the incompletion.
That's a nice play by Ashley. The biggest thing is that he kept his eyes on the receiver when you're playing man. Let's get back to the scores. Oakland is beating Green Bay 10-7. Indianapolis 14, Buffalo 3, Tennessee 19, Cincinnati 7, and the New York Jets are beating the New England Patriots to score of 14-10. Again, those are all second quarter scores.
Second and 10 from the 34-yard line of New Orleans. 1:54 to play before halftime. Saints leading 10-7. Burline to throw again. 3-step drop, throws it over the head of Muhammad on the far sideline. Incomplete. Drakeford on the coverage.
Well, you got to keep Muhammad under wraps because he's had a big game. He had 197 yards receiving last year against the Saints with only 9 catches. I think right now he's around the 40-yard mark. He has the ability. You just got to keep him wrapped up.
Big, strong guy and an excellent target for Steve Burline, who utilizes him often. Third and 10 from the 34-yard line of New Orleans. Backs are split. Wideouts left and right. Burline with a long count. Saints rush 4. Burline steps up and delivers for Walls, incomplete, and he gets massaged by Sammy Knight. Keith Mitchell on the coverage, and Sammy Knight had drawn a bead on Wesley Walls, and he smacked him up around the headgear as the pass fell incomplete.
Well, Keith Mitchell does a nice job trailing him, just chasing him down the middle. But really, Sammy Knight's the one that comes out here and makes this play work. Sammy Knight comes up and lines him out.
John Casey on to attempt a 52-yard field goal with 1:44 here prior to halftime that would tie things up. A 52-yard attempt. Placement is down, kick is up. Has the distance, has the direction, and we have a new ball game. From 52 yards out, John Casey connects, and it's a 10-10 game with 1:39 to go prior to halftime.
Really, Jim, no matter what Casey does there, even if he misses it, the Saints offense hasn't proved that they can do anything. With 1:39 to go, the Panthers still have 2 timeouts. The Saints have all 3 of theirs, but 1:39 to go, the Saints haven't driven the ball yet. They've been on the field a lot of times so far in this first half, and 3 plays and out. Now you lose Ricky Williams, who was your anticipated answer, and you're going to be your rookie who's going to carry this team. He's now in getting his ankle x-rayed after getting it twisted up and then hit a couple of times. It's fairly sore, and it's going to get sore. The tape that he puts on that ankle doesn't make it any better either. But now you're bringing back in a couple of running backs who you weren't happy with last year. That's what you went out to replace. So the Saints offensively, really, Jim, this is not much different team than what we saw last year. Now that, well, even with Ricky Williams in there, they hadn't established anything. Feel like the offensive line is a pretty good group. They're going to get better. But what we're really seeing here is about how this team should be playing in the 3rd preseason game. They just have not had a lot of time together. And Billy Joe Hobart, I think, nothing more apparent than the way he's playing today, that he has not had a lot of time with this group.
Here's Casey's kickoff. Bilyaw, 5 yards in the end zone, wants to come out with it. Davis says, no, you're better off right where you are. He eventually agrees and kneels. The Saints will start from the 20-yard line with 1:39 to play prior to halftime.
Jim, that last drive by Carolina was 5 plays. They gained 13 yards, took 35 seconds. The 52-yard field goal is what ended up bringing this thing tied up.
Bill Kuharich will visit with Kenny Trahan at halftime. You'll want to stay tuned for that. Buddy D will offer his thoughts. The Saints have all 3 timeouts remaining, but they have established absolutely nothing offensively in the first half. You make the point that this may be a worse offense than a year ago when it was pretty bad. You can make that point, and additionally because they're missing Cam Cleveland right now, and they essentially have a tight end out there that doesn't figure to be any part of this offense besides blocking. First and 10 from the 20. Hobart with time delivers for Poole, and it's incomplete, almost intercepted by Minter. The free safety, Mike Mitter, who was the strong safety last year on this team, playing out there in center field, came over and got a hand on that football, played it very well.
A lot of time to read that play. That ball stayed in the air a long time. Don't get me wrong, I think this team can be better than it was last year if they stay healthy with that offensive line. I think you can plug a running back in there and they will be better, but they need time playing together. They need to see different situations and playing at full speed, especially Billy Joe.
Lamar Smith is in there now at the running back position on 2nd and 10. Hobart to throw again. Does so for Slutsker, and there's the tight end who had an opportunity to catch that ball and didn't at the 45-yard line. Kind of short-armed it.
Oh, that'd have been a hell of a catch. Short arming? Where the heck are you getting off short arming anything? The guy lays out, tries to make a catch. I know back in your high school days, you'd have probably laid out and made this catch.
Oh,
but there's no short arm there. He gives that thing everything he got. You know what? I like that guy. I don't doubt it. I like him. At least he's out there playing and he's busting his butt, doing the best he can. I'm a little disappointed in some of the guys they have here with their injuries and playing with pain.
So is Mike Ditka. 3rd and 10 from the 20-yard line, and Hobart looks to throw again. Steps up. A wobbly pass is caught by Hastings on a diving reception up at the 31-yard line, and that looks to be a first down, and it is.
Yeah, that's the Saints' first down, and Billy Joe
Timeout. New Orleans
immediately comes up and calls for a timeout to stop the clock with 1:19 to go. But that's the Saints' only their 3rd first down, Jim, in the first half.
Didn't look like that ball was tipped, but it came out very wobbly. Hastings, who's not been looked at very often during the preseason, and here through the first half, makes his first catch and allows the Saints to maintain possession with 1:19 remaining before halftime, tied with the Panthers at 10. Ricky Williams, if you're just joining us, was shaken up, had his left ankle twisted in the first quarter, tried to come back for a short period of time in the second, came off limping, then was eventually carted to the locker room carrying 10 times for 40 yards in the first half. We mentioned the Saints running back position. It's without Wilmot Perry, who's inactive today. So the injury of Ricky Williams hurts a little bit more in that respect. Here's Lamar Smith with some running room. Up to the 45, midfield into Panther territory to the 44-yard line. Lamar Smith runs hard with his first carry of the day. A 24-yard run.
The Saints have to be aware of where they are. Now, this is another situation that they have not had during all of preseason, is trying to run the hurry-up offense with Billy Joe. You got to get up and get this thing set, get the play called. He has still 2 timeouts remaining. The clock is ticking now at 48-47.
First and 10 from the 44, and this play will be blown dead.
It sure will. I think there's a miscommunication on the snap. Looked like Jerry Fontenot kind of short-snapped that ball. Wasn't sure if he heard it right or not. These are all things that you normally take care of during training camp, and now with this group has not had the opportunity during the preseason to play that much together.
We have an illegal snap on number 62 of the center, who chucked the ball 2 times. By rule, that's a 5-yard penalty, and also includes a 10-second runoff. Please set the game clock.
So now the clock
33 seconds.
Be down to 33 seconds.
Well, they're trying to run the screen, Jim, and so Willie's going to let this guy go. Billy Joe's got to be able to throw that ball up over the top.
2nd and 15 with 28 seconds remaining. The ball at the Carolina 49. Panthers rush 3, and one of them is Green, who sacks Hobart back at the 46-yard line. Just a 3-man rush, and Kevin Green coming off that left corner as the first sack of the game for the Panthers.
Well, he beat Kyle Turley right there. Now, Kevin Green has taken a lot of heat this year. He's going into his 14th season. Last year he had 15 sacks in 15 games. He's a good pass rusher. Kyle's just got to learn to move his feet and continue to fight all the way through those plays. It's just, the Saints are just not playing very well. They're just not clicking, and I think it goes back to not being able to be together during the whole training camp. Jim, you know better than I do, but I don't think at any time during all of training camp and the preseason did this group, either at practice or in a game, ever get to line up and have a lot of snaps together. They had a lot of problems. Willie Rolfe went down. Naoli was out. Wally Williams was out for a while. Billy Joe was gone for a little while. So this looks like a preseason football game.
149th sack of Green's career, 3rd overall behind White and Bruce Smith. On 3rd down, Hobart wants to set up the screen, does to Lamar Smith, and that'll go nowhere. Swift on him immediately for a loss on the play. A loss of 3. With 14 seconds remaining, the Panthers will call timeout to get their hands on the football one more time prior to halftime.
I don't know. I'm kind of lost for words. They've had, since the penalty, they've had 3 plays, all of them being negative. A sack, a tipped ball when they tried to run the screen. Then they try and line up and run the screen again. Everybody's waiting for it. Carolina just going to come in there and rush 3 players. Just rush 3 defensive linemen. Now they're able to drop everybody off. Very little respect for the Saints in their passing game when they can do that kind of thing. They just got to get in that locker room and regroup. They got to settle down. Okay, Ricky Williams not there. He's not playing right now. Live with it. Get out there and get your jobs done. But they got to stay on schedule. We talked about this earlier. Whether you have Ricky Williams or not, you have to be staying on schedule. You can't be 3rd down and 25 and expect to be successful.
Tommy Barnhart will punt for the 7th time in the first half, averaging 37.6 yards per punt. Metcalf awaits it at the 15. This is high and short. Metcalf comes running up, makes the fair catch at the 31-yard line.
Tommy Barnhart barely punched for a first down.
A 25-yard punt. Barnhart's getting leg weary out there. He's had to punt so often here in a first half in which the Saints have been able to establish nothing offensively. Their only score of the touchdown nature, a 7-0 return of the opening kickoff as Bates fumbled and Drakeford took it in. Other than that, the Saints have just managed a 46-yard Doug Bryan field goal, at which time they led 10-0, but the Panthers have scored 10 unanswered points, a 5-yard touchdown Burline to Walls, and a 52-yard Casey field goal. They have 1 timeout remaining in the final 7 seconds of this first half. The ball rests at their 32-yard line. 1st and 10. Burline's going to give it off to the tailback Lane. Fred Lane running to the sideline. A very cautious play for a 3-yard gain. Out of bounds at the 35. He stops the clock with 3 seconds left. And now the Panthers will probably line up a covey of receivers to one side and hope for a mammoth break here on what will probably be the final play of half number 1.
Well, the way the Saints offenses look, they could give the ball back to the Saints and go in the locker room, and they might not score with 3 seconds to go without a defense out there.
Let's see what the Panthers will intend here. They've got everybody in tight like they're going to kill the clock. Instead, they'll just run it straight ahead with Lane. And Lane with some running room. Ambrose misses him. He's up to midfield. He's into Saints territory, and he's out of bounds down around the 41-yard line of New Orleans on the final play of this half. So the Panthers stick very conservatively to the ground on the final 2 plays of the first half, and the boos come out for the Saints, especially their offense, as they trudge to the locker room at halftime, tied with the Panthers at 10. It's Carolina 10 and New Orleans 10. We're at halftime here in the Louisiana Superdome.
Let's take an Abita Springs Water Saints sideline report with Kenny. What do you have after the halftime, Kenny?
Well, what we do have is that Ricky Williams will not be back in the game. He's re-sprained his ankle. They say he will not return. I'm also told that Mike Ditka read his Team the Riot Act in the locker room just a few minutes ago and said that they need to get their heads into this game or it's going to be a very long year. With that, I'll send it back up to you guys.
All right, Kenny, thank you very much. Jim Henderson along with Stan Brock. High above midfield here in the Louisiana Superdome as the Saints will return the second half kickoff, tied with the Panthers at 10. And looking for some sort of offensive spark in the absence of Ricky Williams for the rest of this game and for who knows how much longer. Here's John Casey to kick it away. Dino Filiaw runs up to his 5 and takes it in. 10, 15, haltingly at the 20, 25, looking for some running room. He crosses the 30 up to about the 32-yard line.
Oh, sorry, Harold. The Saints didn't return the kickoff back for a touchdown, but you win a $50 gift certificate from Napa and a Saints hat. You can register to win $25,000 at any Napa Auto Parts location.
A 28-yard return by Dino Filiaw, who brought one back 93 for a touchdown in the final preseason game for his new team, winning himself a roster spot in the process. And the Saints go to work offensively from their 31-yard line, 1st and 10 on the first play of the third quarter of a 10-10 football game. The pitch goes to Davis, sweeping left, lowering his shoulder. He's up to about the 33-yard line. Craver blocking out in front of him. Brent Alexander comes up from his strong safety position to make the tackle. Well, we saw Davis as the first guy off the bench for Ricky Williams. We saw Lamar Smith late in the first half, and he had a substantial carry. We will not see Wilmot Perry, who ran so well in preseason. He was made inactive by the Saints today, as they came into this game with 6 running backs on their roster. And here's Davis up to about the 40-yard line. So the Saints open with 2 running plays for 7 yards on this occasion, and it'll bring up 3rd and short. Now, this is the way the Saints opened the game offensively when Ricky Williams was their featured running back.
And this is what you call being on time. When you gain 3 or 4 or 5 yards in the first down, and then you bring it up to where you're 3rd down and short. Now, they don't know if you're going to run the ball or throw the ball. It looks like the Saints are about a half yard short of the first down, but this is on schedule, and this is what Dick wants and expects from his team.
Saints just 1 for 9 on 3rd down. This is Davis again, this time for the first down, it would appear. Running straight ahead on 3 successive carries. He gets 2 yards on this occasion, and the Saints have the first down.
Well, let's take another Peter Springs Water Saints sideline report with Kenny. Go ahead, Kenny.
All right, the doctors tell me, Stan, that the x-rays were negative. There are no fractures in Ricky Williams' ankle, but he did injure it in a different location from the last time he sprained it. So don't know what that's going to mean. They're going to take a look at it later on this evening as well as tomorrow night. Back upstairs with you guys.
All right, Kenny, I guess that's good news. 5th first down for the Saints in this game. It's 1st and 10 from the New Orleans 42. 3rd quarter just underway. We're tied at 10. Short hitch pass to Kennison. Kennison met short of the 50-yard line by the cornerback, Eric Davis. But a 6-yard gain on first down. Kennison's had a hard time getting open here, at least throughout the first half.
Well, I don't think that they've been actually going to him. I think they're going to come out here and establish the running game and throw it and run it, throw it once in a while. He had an opportunity for one long ball, but that's about all that they've actually thrown at him. That's his first catch. And when Carolina comes out and they play those receivers real deep off of him, that's a pretty smart play right there. 2nd and 4 from the 48. The pitch goes to Davis, sweeping left, turning it upfield. And he's met with a stiff tackle in the open field, but is able to bounce off it and pick up the first down. Good, tough running by Troy Davis. The cornerback, Doug Evans, on the stop, but a 5-yard gain and another New Orleans first down. I think if you look back at preseason, Troy Davis was the most pleasant aspect of it for the Saints. Well, even talking to him, he says that he knew what he had to do when Ricky Williams was drafted. He knew that the pressure was going to be on him. He lowers that shoulder and runs like that, like we expected him to run in the years past, and never got to see it. 1st and 10 New Orleans from the Carolina 47, 11:50 to play 3rd quarter, 10-10 football game. Aaron Craver with a rare opportunity, breaks 2 tackles and takes it down to about the 40. So the Saints playing power football here to begin the second half, and so far to their advantage. Well, this is a completely different running game than what we saw. And they said that Coach Dick and Kenny Wilkerson gave us the report that Coach Dick had shoot them out pretty good at halftime, told them to get their heads out someplace where they could see, and so that they get some ball carrying get done, and they're doing it now. They're lowering their shoulders and running. They all look like Ricky Williams now, the way that they're lowering their shoulder and popping off the first tackler. 2nd and 4 from the Carolina 41. Hastings in motion. The tailback Davis gets the call again, and this time he's met by Barrow at the line of scrimmage. No gain on the play. 2nd down and about 4. And Carolina brings 8-9 guys up in the box. This is a good chance for the Saints, if they had a lot of practice at it, to be able to check out and find that passing game, because now you have the defensive backs that are just matched up, and you know that Eddie Kennison can get open, and they look for that. Now it's 3rd down and about 5. This is a situation where the Carolina will look for the Saints to come out and throw the ball. On 3rd down from the Carolina 41. Slutzker in motion, back split behind Hobart. Hobart rolling right on the bootleg, throwing on the run, and it's dropped by Slutzker, the tight end, at the 30-yard line. Incomplete. It was a wobbly pass by Hobart, but a very catchable ball for Slutzker. And I go back to the point I made in the first half, that you're really playing 10 against 11 right now offensively for the Saints, and that your tight end can't contribute to the offense. Well, Cam Cleland is not in the game. And he probably won't be in the game. They talk about him coming back. But that's a play that the Saints like. They like that boot, and they've set it up real well with a running game. Here's Barnhart punting for the 8th time, feeling some pressure, hanging it high. Metcalf signals for and makes the fair catch at the 15-yard line. A 26-yard punt by Barnhart. And a timeout on the field with 10:21 to play in the 3rd quarter. The Panthers and Saints are tied at 10. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
Worst starting field position of the game for the Panthers as they take over at their 15-yard line, and the crowd urging the defense to make a contribution. Leroy Glover putting his hand to his ear hole and gesturing to the crowd that we want to hear you, with the Panthers backed up at their 15, tied 10-10 with the Saints. 1st and 10, back split behind Burline. He puts Walls in motion, retreats 5 steps, throws the flare pass, and Bates is smacked, but he's able to regain his footing. Sammy Knight really smacked him, and Bates bounced off that tackle and was able to take it to the sideline for a 2-yard gain up to the 17-yard line. They've tried all sorts of things trying to get Michael Bates to be a part of this offense. He was primarily a wide receiver in years past, had inconsistent hands there. Now they've moved him to running back, trying to do something to put the ball in his hands. They put him in motion that time, and he was able to do some pretty good running in the open field and survive a stiff hit by Knight immediately after taking in the football. 2nd and 8 from the 17. Burline handing off to Biaka Batuka, sweeping left. Biaka Batuka runs over a tackler and is out of bounds at the 26-yard line. Tyrone Drakeford taking the worst of that exchange, but bringing him down after a 10-yard gain and a 1st down. Boy, you look at this offensive line for the Panthers. The guy that was pulling, I think that was Anthony Redmond, was so slow that Biaka Batuka finally just couldn't wait any longer and made his move.
He had Campbell out in front of him, the other guard, number 66, out in front of him, so Biaka Batuka took the one that he could follow and left the other one behind.
1st and 10 from the 27-yard line of the Panthers. Baxon and I, we're in a 10-10 football game. The tailback gets the call, and this is Biaka Batuka across the 30 up to about the 31. Leroy Glover on the stop after a 4-yard gain. Tim Biaka Batuka, the former #1 draft choice out of Michigan back in '96, had a long holdout, then injured his knee, and then tried to come back too quickly, and really has not been much of a factor in his career apart from a good finish last year in which he went over the 100-yard mark a couple of times in the last 4 games and gave them hope that this year he might eventually realize his immense potential. He's carried 8 times for 45 yards today. This is 2nd and 6 from the 31 of the Panthers. Burline, play action, has the ball stripped from his grasp. It's loose on the carpet at the 20-yard line. The Saints are fighting for it. They say they've got it. And they do! New Orleans with the big turnover. It's Austin Robbins who comes out of the bottom of the pile with the football.
Let's see if Coach Seifert wants to, if he's going to want to have this thing replayed. Remember earlier in the game, similar situation with the Saints, and they called for a replay, and I didn't get to see the replay right there, but it'd be interesting to see if Seifert's going to call for a timeout. There's an injured player on the field right now, and the referees have called for a timeout.
That we'll observe with 8:27 to play 3rd quarter, tied at 10. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network. New Orleans from the Carolina 20 as the Saints try to capitalize on the turnover. They hand it off to their fullback Kraber. He bangs down to about the 17-yard line for a 3-yard gain. The Saints hoping that the Panthers have gotten a little bit conscious of the use of their tailback, try to surprise them with the fullback, and there's a Panther shaken up and slow to get up at the 18-yard line. It looks like Carolina is going to have to get some attention for him.
It's like the safety, Brent Alexander, number 46. Something strange going on the Saints sideline, Jim. They're down there and they're retaping Ricky Williams' left ankle. I'm sure that Dean Kleinschmidt isn't just doing that for the practice. He's taped a couple of them in his time, and he knows what he's doing. But they're down there retaping it, and now Kevin Magnum is go ahead and spatting the shoe to the ankle. It seems odd that they would take that kind of precautions if he wasn't going to go back into the game.
Yeah, wouldn't you think that after an ankle sprain, and I certainly don't mean to second-guess the medical staff, but wouldn't you think after an ankle sprain with a guy that is not supposed to return, that ankle would be elevated and have ice on it?
You would think so. You don't know, there's a lot of things that we don't know. We only know what they tell us. And they told us that he re-injured that ankle, and we're going to leave it. We'll find out in a little bit.
Because they're taking a break with 8:08 to play 3rd quarter in a 10-10 game. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
Let's take a Beta Springs Water Saints sideline report with Kenny Wilkerson. Kenny?
All right, Stan, once again, yeah, the ankle is sprained in a different location. They're taping him up right now because he says he wants to give it a try, so they're going to let him run around on the sidelines a little bit and test it. Let me send it back upstairs to you guys for right now.
2nd and 6 from the 16. Hobart, quick hitch again to Kennison. He puts a move on the corner, but not much of one as he's dragged out of bounds with a flag going down. This might be a face mask. He was dragged out of bounds by Eric Davis, who was tackling up high, and perhaps Davis got his hand on that face mask. And that would carry with it a first down, it would appear, from the spot of the foul. Our referee today is Larry Nemmers, and he and the head linesman, Dale Williams, are talking it over.
5-yard face mask penalty.
Let's go back down to Kenny Wilkerson.
To the end of the run.
Well, Ricky Williams is running up and down. Ricky Williams is running up and down right now. He looks like he did after he originally injured it. He's not limping really all that.
At the moment, but we will rejoin him. He perhaps has an update on the Ricky Williams situation. After the penalty, it's 1st and goal from the 6-yard line. It's a 10-10 game here. The Saints have not put the ball in the end zone offensively, looking to do so here. Wideouts left and right. Handoff Davis, hit at the ankles by Peter, and he's dragged down around the 5-yard line where it'll be 2nd and goal.
This is where you got to get some movement, Jim. This is where you got to get the big guys moving everybody off of the ball. You can't run east and west and try and stretch that thing out. You got to get up in there and find a little crack and penetrate it.
2nd and goal from the 5-yard line. Ricky Williams is on his feet and conferring with the medical staff and the training staff. 2nd and goal from the 5. Wideouts left and right. Backs in an eye. Kennison in motion. Handoff goes to the fullback, Craver, and he gets nothing. Aaron Craver, no gain, running to the left. And the Saints just look so ineffectual at the moment, trying to do anything on the ground for the most part.
Let's go back down and try Kenny one more time. Kenny?
Well, I tell you, Stan, he's running up and down the sidelines. It looks like he's not even injured at all right now. They taped him up real tight. They said that another reason, not only because he wanted to give it a try and get back in the game, but also to try to keep the swelling down. And Dan Simmons, and the equipment manager, is looking at him right now and talking to him. It looks like he may try to get back in this game, but I guess Coach Stickle will have to make that decision.
3rd and goal from the 5-yard line. Craver in motion, wideouts left and right. Hobart play action, looking for Craver, throws it to him, makes the catch around the 2, and is hit immediately by Davis. And there is a flag about 5 yards deep in the end zone.
Well, Eric Craver came open early. It just took Billy Joe a long time to find him. They're going to call
New Orleans.
Yeah, they sure are. But, you know, you get down inside there and you got a great turnover. I think they started this drive around the 22-yard line. You got to be able to take that thing and stick it in the end zone. This is not a great defense. This is a group of guys who have been able to, people have been able to run on them. The Saints have got to get in there and get it done. Now, they came out and established this thing early in this first part of the second half where they were coming out and running the ball. But once you get down inside the 5, you got to mash that thing.
Well, Carolina's trying to decide whether they want the football to remain at the 3-yard line or take the penalty. It's declined, and so it will be the ball at the 3-yard line, and the Saints. So after the turnover at the 20, the Saints unable to put it in the end zone, relying primarily on the ground, throwing short passes, throwing underneath the coverage, and so Doug Bryan will have to come on to ostensibly settle for a 21-yard field goal. He has earlier hit from 46. From the right hash mark out of the hold of Tommy Barnhart. Snap is back, and Bryan has put it through, and the Saints lead, although Saints fans would like to see 4 more points on that scoreboard rather than the 3 which the Saints just collected. Timeout on the field with 6:14 to play, 3rd quarter. It's New Orleans 13 and Carolina 10. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network. There have been 3 turnovers in this game. The Saints have collected them all, cashed in on 2. 1 for a touchdown on the opening kickoff of this game. Tyrone Drakeford taking it in. And now, after their latest recovery of a fumble, Doug Bryan with a 21-yard field goal, and the Saints lead 13-10. Bryan's kickoff, fielded by Bates inside his 5. Bates with a world of speed, gets outside at the 25, up to the 27-yard line. Sammy Knight brings him down. A 23-yard return for Michael Bates.
in that last drive by the Saints. Took 6 plays, 17 yards, 2 minutes and 13 seconds. Ended up with a 21-yard field goal by Bryan.
And perhaps for the moment at least, a moral victory for the Panthers.
Oh, no doubt about it. Anytime you turn the ball over and you're down inside that 20-yard line or inside that 30-yard line and you can hold them to a field goal, that's a victory. That's one of the goals that defensive teams put on their chart, is to control that quick turnover.
1st and 10 from the 29-yard line of the Panthers. Wideouts left and right, back split. Berline to throw, incomplete. Leeson Muhammad on a comeback route, covered by Ashley Ambrose up at the 36-yard line.
Again, the Saints bringing the safeties up the middle. They said they couldn't stand back and wait for things to happen. They had to make them. It seems like whenever the Saints have done that, good things have happened. Good things have happened, and when they sit back and wait, the bad things are taking place, because we talked about earlier in this game the big plays that Carolina has put on the Saints so far. Bringing Sammy Knight up inside there.
Yes, they did. 2nd and 10 from the 29-yard line. Biakabatuka goes in motion. One back behind Berline, 3-step drop. This play will be blown dead as a flag is thrown by the line judge, and that indicates usually that the offensive line has moved, or someone has up front.
Prior to the snap, false start offense, number 85. 5-yard penalty, still 2nd down.
That's Wesley Walls.
Jim, we'll see how many of these we can get to. Here's the NFL scoreboard. Drive to Napa Auto Parts and register in the Napa $25,000 kickoff for catch contest, and you can win $25,000. These are third quarter scores. Philadelphia 24, Arizona 12, Washington 21, Dallas 14, St. Louis 17, Baltimore 3, Chicago 20, Kansas City 3, Green Bay 14, Oakland 10. And we'll get to the other scores after this play.
2nd and 15 from the 24-yard line of Carolina. 3 wide receivers. Berline, 5-step drop. Throws near sideline. Caruth goes up and gets it. Scrambles out of bounds around the 32-yard line. Fred Weary on the coverage. An 8-yard grab by Ray Caruth.
We'll go ahead and finish these. Indianapolis, these are third quarter scores. 14, Buffalo 6, Tennessee 26, Cincinnati 21, New England now 24 over the Jets with 16.
And the Saints next week will head out to the West Coast to take on the 49ers. Hope you'll be joining us along the Saints Radio Network for that one. 3rd and 7 from the 32-yard line. 3 wide receivers for Berline. Saints showing blitz and coming off the corner. Berline throws it high and incomplete. Intended for Patrick Jeffers.
Again, the Saints bringing the backers around the outside. They're taking the fullback then and having to cover that block with them. Getting good pressure up front. The up front guys on defense now, we're missing Joe Johnson, but Brady Smith is getting some pretty good pressure over there.
And so too, Troy Wilson playing at left defensive end for the still injured Jared Tomich. And so Walter will have to punt it away. This is his 6th effort of the game. Kennison retreats to his 19-yard line. Back to the 20, running the near sideline 25, down at the 31-yard line. Eddie Kennison with a 14-yard return of a 51-yard Ken Walter punt. There have been 21 series offensively for these two teams. 11 of them have ended with 3 and out with a punt to follow, and neither team is able to establish very much whatsoever offensively here in this game today. 1st and 10 from the 32. Williams' status continuing to be uncertain. Having hurt that ankle, he is now standing on it. It's been retaped. He's still in uniform and could return, according to him, although the Saints have not yet risked him. The gain was won by Davis. It's 2nd and 9 from the 33 of New Orleans. Hobart, 3-step drop, pumps it twice, hits Poole, and Poole breaks the tackle. He's going down the far sideline. Keith Deep Poole has scored. A 67-yard touchdown strike for Poole. He only catches the long ones.
Why catch anything short when you can do that? The Saints come out there with this quick 3-step drop, and Keith is just going to run a 9 route just straight up the sidelines. What happens now is Carolina's in a defense where their 2 safeties are playing inside. The corner's coming up and looking into the backfield. and Keith gets into the little bit of a zone between the safety who's playing inside the hashes and that corner who's playing out there on the sideline. A nice pass by Billy Joe, good timing, and then Keith Poole makes the first tackler miss. Go ahead, Jim. I know you want to call that one.
It's all right. Doug Bryan supplies the extra point. Or did he? Doug Bryan missed the extra point, and it's 19-10 New Orleans. I'll tell you, I really think something is wrong with Doug Bryan. He missed that field goal in Nashville a week ago. Very uncharacteristic for him. I watched him warm up. He was kicking without any confidence whatsoever, and now he's just missed an extra point. I don't believe he's missed an extra point as a Saint. Now, there's a guy who's the #1 kicker in the NFL beyond 50 yards in percentage, and suddenly he's hit a slump, his first as a Saint. That is his first missed extra point as a Saint.
Yeah, there must be something wrong. You didn't go talk to him or anything,
No, I
did you?
didn't.
Huh?
No,
you
I
could
did
have
not.
coached him up maybe a little bit, got him straightened out. Those kickers are a funny breed, and confidence is huge with them. And when they lose it, sometimes it takes a long time for them to get it back. Now, I don't know what's happened to him for him to lose that. The only thing I know is you have a new holder, and Tommy Barnhart's his holder. Sometimes that makes a huge difference in what goes on. The guy might tip it one way, or he might have the strings. So a lot of times with a new snapper or a new holder, kickers struggle. But even on his kickoffs, he's way short. They're receiving that ball about the 9-yard line.
Bates bobbles it and eventually brings it in as the Saints collar him around the 21-yard line. That's a 12-yard return.
Well, it's nice to talk about a scoring drive for the Saints. 2 plays, 68 yards, took 49 seconds, a 67-yard pass from Hobart to Keith Poole.
So the lead is 9, not 10 as you would expect with the automatic extra point. But the Saints have finally gotten something going through the air. One big play to Keith Poole. Poole, who had caught a 58-yarder for a touchdown in preseason, takes it in 67 yards and a stop and go, a pump fake by Hobart, a missed tackle, and 67 yards later, the Saints are up. Here's the pass to Biaka Batuka out of the backfield. He drags Sammy Knight with him up to around the 27-yard line. Saints leading by a score of 19-10 with 3:53 to play and the clock running in the third quarter.
You know, the Saints defense has really come up here and played pretty well against a team that no one expects to do. They ended 30th last year in rushing, although they finished the last 4 games of last season. Last season is last season. You have a new coaching staff. You have a new philosophy. This season, they expect to come out and try and run the ball better, and Berline's trying to throw these 3-step drops. It's just not working out right now for this offense.
2nd and 5 from the 27. Caruth in motion. Wilson comes across and makes contact with the right tackle, saying that he was drawn off by Chris Terry, the rookie.
And so far, Chris Terry, the rookie, has played pretty darn well. I've been kind of keeping an eye on him, playing right tackle. He's got nice feet. He moves very well for a big man.
Encroachment on the defensive team. 5 yards, still 2nd down.
In this case, and it cost the Saints 5 yards as Wilson jumps the snap count and makes contact.
Chris Terry, they list him as 6'5", 295. A rookie out of Georgia. He looks a lot bigger than that.
That's the 4th penalty of this game on the Saints for 27 yards. And it'll bring up 2nd and 1 now at the Carolina 32 with 3:10 and the clock running in the third quarter. The Saints leading 19-10 after Bryan's failed extra point. Backs are split, wideouts left and right. Play action, nice fake by Berline, has time, throws it to Muhammad, and he's ridden down at the 41-yard line by Kelly, but not before he's picked up the first down on a 10-yard reception.
Looked like that little Boomer Esiason play fake where they hand it to him and then he squats over the ball and hangs out there. A nice sell on that. What you're really trying to do is get those linebackers to bite and come up in there. That gives you a lot of room right behind that linebacker depth. And you're only trying to get a couple of yards for your first down. That's the area that you're trying to clear out. But Muhammad comes open a little bit deeper than that, and he picks up probably about 8 yards or 9 yards on that catch.
The Saints with the worst opening day record in the NFL, trying to do something about that, leading by 9 points at the moment. 1st and 10 from the 42 of Carolina. Berline steps up, now will run. Slides down as he crosses midfield into Saints territory to about the 48-yard line. An 8-yard gain.
Good coverage by the Saints defensive backfield. They've been playing pretty well, and the pressure coming up front. What happens is the linebackers get all wadded up inside when they're trying to put the pressure on the quarterback, and he can step out, and then they got everybody playing man-to-man coverage in the backfield, giving that quarterback some room to run, and he gains probably about 8 yards there, leaves him 2nd down and 2.
Steve Berline, a 13-year man out of Notre Dame, well-traveled, but he was handed the #1 quarterback job in the offseason and was able to retain it. Steve Bono and Jeff Lewis also on the roster. Here's Berline to throw again, and he overthrows Caruth, incomplete. Ashley Ambrose on the coverage. Ashley Ambrose won the starting job at left cornerback in preseason, and today and throughout his time as a Saint, you've seen why. He covers receivers far more closely than Alex Molden does. The Panthers are just 1 out of 8 in 3rd down conversions. Here they look at 3rd and 2 from midfield. Their only touchdown of this game, a 5-yard strike, Berline to Wesley Walls. And they have also added a 52-yard field goal. 3rd and 2 from midfield for Berline, and the Panthers just Floyd behind him and movement along the offensive line. The Saints jump across. It was the left guard, Matt Campbell, who moved, and Leroy Glover reacted to it and came across the line of scrimmage. So now it's going to be
False start, offense number 66. 5-yard penalty.
5-yard walk-off against the Panthers. They have been penalized 5 times for 35 yards.
The fans don't understand how difficult quarterback. Wish he'd turn that off before he does that. How hard it is to hear that quarterback with that roaring crowd. And it's not, although it's not all that loud, you still lose that concentration. It's not hard to move. And then you know the defensive guys are down there yelling all kinds of stuff too.
3rd and 7 from the 45. Caruth in motion. Berline drops. Saints are blitzing. It's picked up. Throwing downfield low and incomplete at the 40-yard line. It was intended for Tim Biakabatuka out of the backfield, and the Panthers will have to punt it away. Rob Kelly on the coverage. This will be the 7th punt of the day for Ken Walter. He and Tommy Barnhart have been busy young men today due to the offensive ineptitude of their respective teams. Mark Fields was coming on the blitz, and although William Floyd picked him up, he was able to get up high in the air and perhaps disrupt Berline. Here's Walter's punt. Very high, very short. Called for the fair catch is Kennison, and Kennison makes the fair catch at the 19-yard line after a 37-yard punt. There are but 58 seconds remaining here in the 3rd quarter. The Saints are leading 19-10. It was a 10-10 game at halftime, and the Saints have scored on a 21-yard Doug Bryant field goal and a 67-yard touchdown strike from Billy Joe Hobart to Keith Poole, after which Bryant missed the extra point. And right now he is praying, along with all Saints fans, that that missed extra point doesn't figure in the outcome of this game. Instead of a 10-point lead, it's a 9-point lead with 58 seconds remaining in the 3rd quarter. 1st and 10 New Orleans from their 18. Pitch goes to Lamar Smith, sweeping left, stopping, cutting back, perhaps getting back to the line of scrimmage at best.
Carolina just bringing everybody up inside there. And the one thing that Carolina does very well, it can either help you or hurt you, but right now it's helping them, is the fact that they don't overflow their linebackers. Their middle linebackers who are there, very disciplined and staying in their rush lane. So it's very difficult to cut that ball back. Anytime you can get a group of guys who are flowing, and we call it overflowing to the ball, now you can cut it back, but not against these guys. They're standing there waiting. They're well coached by Sam Mills.
2nd and 9 from the 19. Hobart, 3-step drop, throws it up the middle into traffic, and it's incomplete. A dangerous pass for Poole, was well defended by Minter and also by Doug Evans, and that was a very risky throw by Hobart that could have easily been intercepted.
Wow, he tried to force that one in there. There's the safety standing there, the corner's coming over with him. They've got him all covered. In fact, there's 3 guys. One of the corners is dropping back from the linebacker position and coming back in there and covering everything in front. Then the other corner's coming up from the side or from the back and covering everything behind him. A very risky pass right there by Billy Joe.
Saints just 2 out of 12 in third down opportunities. This is 3rd and 9. Hobart drops, steps up, throws near sideline, catch by Poole, out of bounds at the 35-yard line. New Orleans first down after a 16-yard reception.
Boy, he had a lot of time to stand back there and throw. Everything had to be deep because of the yardage that he needed, but he had a lot of time to stand there and throw. Nice job of protection by the offensive line, and Carolina only rushing 4 and dropping the 2 backers.
7 seconds remaining before the end of the third quarter, and the Saints, as the clock is started here, probably won't run another play, and they will not. We have reached the end of quarter number 3, and the Saints head to the final 15 minutes of regulation in possession of a 9-point, 19-10 lead over the Carolina Panthers. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network. Louisiana Superdome, Jim Henderson alongside Stan Brock. Let's pause 10 seconds for stations to identify themselves on the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
You're listening to Saints football on your sports voice of the Bayou Land. KKAY-FM, Donaldsonville, Gonzales, is Bayou Land Oldies, 104.9.
Saints will move it left to right as we view it for the final 15 minutes of regulation, leading the Panthers 19-10, breaking open a 10-10 halftime tie during the third quarter. Lamar Smith running straight ahead and up to about the 37-yard line, give him 4 yards on the carry. And it looks to have shaken up a Carolina linebacker. I think that's Barrow who's shaken up, and he's their best linebacker.
Yeah, I can't tell what he's hurt. I can't tell if he's got the wind knocked out of him. It gives me a chance to tell you all about the first 3-quarter statistics offensively. I know you're dying to hear them. First downs, the Saints have 9 and the Panthers have 10. Net rushing yards, Saints with 103 yards rushing and the Panthers with 82. Saints have 123 yards passing to 126 for the Panthers. Totals are 226 to 208. That's about as exciting as it gets offensively. The punters are having huge days. I think the punters have nearly as many snaps as the rest of the group. You know, Barnhart has 8 and Carolina's punter has 7, so they're just taking turns. It's going to be who punts last.
The difference in this game has been the 2 turnovers that have accounted for the Saints collecting 10 points. They're continuing to look at linebacker Michael Barrow, 7th-year man out of Miami, and he got his left leg rolled up on.
Yes, he did. This broadcast is presented by the authority of the National Football League and is intended for the private use of our audience. Any rebroadcast or other use of this broadcast without the consent of the New Orleans Saints and the National Football League is prohibited. If you want to use this broadcast for training film for offense,
you have no life.
No.
It's the first time since 1995 that the Saints have opened at home. The last time that the Saints won an opener when it was at home back in 1993 when they defeated the Houston Oilers by a score of 33-21.
Well, they need this win. This is a team that they can and they should beat. They just got to offensively, they're going to have to find a way to improve, or they're going to struggle throughout the season.
2nd and 6 from the 38. The pitch goes to Smith behind the block of Craver, sweeping left. He is wrestled down, but fighting his way forward up to about the 45. He may have gained the first down on the far sideline.
Willie Rove getting out there in front and leading that thing. You know, I like Willie, and he's been a all-pro guy, and he's a guy that should be, but he's a very, very quiet leader. I'd like to see him get a little bit more vocal and start calling these guys out and start getting these guys to play a little bit harder or doing something extra. I'm not asking him to come out of his norm or do something that he doesn't feel natural to him, but he's got to become a leader, and these guys have to start rallying around guys like Willie.
Rofe wiped out the strong safety Brent Alexander, allowing Smith to pick up the additional yardage for the first down. 1st and 10, up at the 45, pump fake. Hobart finds no one, eats the football back at the 37-yard line.
Well, Lamar Smith is supposed to be blocking Peter, and that's not a good matchup for Billy to be in there pump faking that ball. Anytime that he got to pump fake it, you want your big guys on their big guys. You don't want your little running backs in there trying to block those defensive ends, and that's exactly what happens. I don't know that if there was a communication breakdown, it'll look like the receivers were expecting it. It just There was no protection. Lamar Smith versus Peters, not a good chance.
Second sack of the day for the Panthers. The Saints have 4. 2nd and 16 from the New Orleans 39. 3 wide receivers on the draw play. The handoff goes to Craver, and Aaron Craver brought down at the 44.
He's going to be a little bit short, Jim. Looks like he's about a yard, maybe a yard and a half short.
But
don't forget that other 10
don't
yards.
forget the sack.
That's right.
That can happen.
Okay.
I've done that myself.
I got to get bigger binoculars. That's my problem.
Instead, it's going to be 3rd down and almost 11 yards, we'll call it, as the Saints try to keep this drive alive. The clock showing 13 minutes remaining in the 4th quarter and running. The Saints in possession of a 9-point, 19-10 lead. Hobart comes up with 3 wide receivers, 2 to the left and 1 to the right. Back split behind him. He drops, looks, steps up, under pressure, eats it again back at the 38. So sacked twice on this series. But in this situation, the last thing you want to do with this Saints offense is force the football. The Panthers are not a very good offensive team. The Saints are winning the battle defensively. Just don't give these guys a short field.
Well, that's true, but the negative part of it is the fact that this offensive line, which you think is going to be a pretty good offensive line, has not protected all that well. That's 2 sacks by Peters, both of them in this series. And Kevin Green has one earlier. So they've got 3 sacks so far in this game. That's not something that you expect from an offensive line that you think is pretty good.
Barnhart's 9th punt. Metcalf fields it at the 20, hit immediately. Fortunately for him, he's able to hold on to the football and pick up a yard or 2. Brett Besh was on him like white on rice, as we say in Louisiana. After a 42-yard punt and a 4-yard return, a timeout on the field with 12:07 to play 4th quarter. Saints lead the Panthers 19-10. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
Drive to Napa Auto Parts and register for the Napa $25,000 kickoff for cash contest, and you can win $25,000. And here's the NFL scoreboard. I'll give you a couple of these scores. I don't have time, Jim. You call this play, and I'll get back to them.
All right, 1st and 10 from the 23-yard line of the Carolina Panthers. Crowd whooping it up in support of their defense. Handoff to William Floyd, and the fullback with a rare carry up to about the 25-yard line. That's a gain of 2.
These are 4th quarter scores. Philadelphia 24, Arizona 15, Washington Redskins 35, Dallas 14, St. Louis 17, Baltimore 10, Chicago 20, Kansas City 17, Oakland over Green Bay 24-14 right now. These are 4th quarter scores. Indianapolis 24, Buffalo 14, Cincinnati 29, Tennessee 26, and New England 27, New York Jets 22.
2nd and 8 from the Carolina 25-yard line. Burline play action, under trouble, in trouble, and down. Glover had him, Whitehead had him. The Saints were coming on a blitz, and it was just a matter of who wanted to pick up the sack for the Saints, their 5th of the day.
Coming out with a little play action, trying to fake that run over here to the left side that has been pretty successful. Leroy Glover whips the center there and never even bites on it. Wasn't even close. Anthony Redmond is playing guard for him. And then coming from the backside, they didn't do a good job of selling that play action. A nice sack, drops him way, way back. 3rd and about 14 yards.
Panthers 1 out of 9 and 3 third down conversions. Burline, as the Saints rush just 3, steps up, avoids the sack, still running up in the pocket. Muhammad is separated from the football by Weary, and it's going to be incomplete. Freddie Weary just stuck his headgear right in Muhammad's ribs as the ball arrived, and the ball pops free. It's going to go over to the Saints with this punt, and the fans here in the Dome on their feet, rallying behind this defense, which truly has won the day for the Saints at the moment.
Well, there's no doubt about it. They should show some appreciation. These guys have been out there, and now they've stopped Carolina the majority of the times with 3 plays and out. This is the 8th punt for Carolina, and that's a testimony to the job that the Saints defense has done.
Ken Walter puts his left foot into the ball once more, hangs it high. Kennison driven back to his 34-yard line, diving, darting, jumping around, and maybe getting a yard for his trouble.
I would hate to be the guy that has to buy all those tickets that he has.
After a 49-yard punt and a 4-yard return, it's a timeout on the field, 10:30 to play. Fourth quarter, Saints leading the Panthers 19-10. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network. Carolina's turned it over 3 times. The Saints have not turned it over any. The Saints have collected 10 points based on those turnovers. The difference in this game, Lamar Smith sweeping right, staying in bounds, and he gains 9 yards up beyond the 45-yard line. Dante Jones on the stop. If you're joining us a bit late, Ricky Williams sidelined after re-spraining his left ankle. He carried 10 times for 40 yards during his time in the ball game. That ankle has been retaped. He's standing alongside team orthopedist Tim Finney, but apparently not to re-enter today. Hopefully he'll be ready next week for the 49ers. After the gain of 9, it's 2nd and 1 from the New Orleans 45. Smith again, and Lamar Smith with the first down carry, just short of midfield. He's carried 6 times for 50 yards. Chuck Wiley, the former LSU Tiger, on the tackle. Wiley making a comeback after being a 3rd-round draft choice a year ago and being on IR for most of the year after rupturing his Achilles tendon in the last preseason game. The Saints now going to pound the football on the ground, apparently, and run some time. If they can't put any additional points on the board, give the Panthers a long field with which to work, and their offense hasn't done much today. 1st and 10 from midfield. Smith again lowers his shoulder and gets down to about the 46-yard line, a gain of 4, brought down by Mike Minter, the free safety.
The big Sean Gilbert's back in the game for Carolina. He's lining up against Chris Naoli, and Chris has done a pretty good day against him. The last 4 plays, they've ran right over him, and Chris has got him moving. Gilbert is the overpaid, underworked defensive lineman that has become so popular in Carolina. Did I say that right?
Yes, you did.
I think I did.
It'll be 2nd and 6 from the Carolina 46. Clock showing just over 8.5 minutes to play. It's running. Saints leading. Pitch to Smith. This is well diagnosed. He'll be dropped for the loss by the cornerback, Eric Davis.
Wally Williams tried to get out there and get that thing started, but struggled with it a little bit on the backside. That's a nice safe play. You get it pitched out there, you think it's going to be successful. Coming up and forcing it.
Eric Davis has enjoyed some big days against the Saints, first as a 49er and more lately as a Carolina Panther. Had a 56-yard interception return for a touchdown when these 2 teams met back on November 1st a year ago. After the loss on the play, it's 3rd and 12 from the New Orleans 48. Carolina's bringing the house, and Hobart spins out of 1 sack, but then is brought down by another Panther back at the 39-yard line, taken down by Damian Richardson, and that is the 4th sack of the day for the Panthers.
But tough, they're not picking those things up, these blitzes. Now, a lot of times, the quarterback, like I said earlier, he has one, but even if he's got him, Billy Joe's not reading him, and they're not communicating it well with the receiver. Because usually when you bring an extra guy or a safety up in there and he's going to blitz, the receiver knows he's got to cut his route off and throw it. The quarterback knows he's got to get back fast and get rid of that ball.
And Bobby April doesn't like something that he sees up there and jumps onto the field and gets the Saints to call timeout.
That's their
So
first
he didn't like either his team's alignment or what he saw Carolina preparing to do against it, or perhaps they didn't have enough people on the field, and that's the problem. Dino Filiaw was sitting on the bench.
It'll be a 30-second
Bobby
timeout.
April counted to 10. He did not count 11 and had his team call timeout and ran onto the field. Dino Filiaw was just sitting on the bench with his helmet off.
Now, Dino was getting his ankle wrapped earlier when he came off. They had cut his tape off, had his shoe off, or examining his toe, and then they taped him back up. And maybe he felt like he was out of the game, and the coaches didn't realize that he wasn't there. But he was in a very tough situation. Bobby April looked out there and saw it. There's nobody out there on the left defensive inside that would have had a free rush back there for the punter, and that's something that the Saints can't afford right now is a blocked punt.
Second time in this game, the Saints have been caught with only 10 people out there. Really, that should be the responsibility of the punter, shouldn't it? Shouldn't he count everybody else in front of him?
It'd be handy, but that player's the one who's responsible. That'll come directly out of his paycheck. You miss a special teams, they get a little chunk for that. It'll go somewhere special, though.
A year-end party, and now there's another stoppage in play here.
It goes to some charity. They go to a party.
When you played, charity began at home, though.
That's right. Still does.
Eric Metcalf might want to reconsider joining this football team if he's going to get this much work every week. He might want to renegotiate his contract. Hasn't been in a Panther uniform very long, and boy, he's had a lot of opportunities, as he will here. From his 18, running to the near sideline and brought down hard at the 23-yard line. Brett Vesh was there, Vincent Smith was there, but it was Chris Hewitt who made the primary stop on the 6-yard return of the 43-yard punt with 7:02 to play, fourth quarter. It's the Saints 19 and the Panthers 10. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network. These two punters have worked 18 times today. The Saints record for combined punts in a game for the two teams, 21. First and 10 from the 23. Burline looking to throw. Now he's harried, flushed out of the pocket, rolling to his left, and down he goes at the 19-yard line. Chased down by Whitehead and Martin for a loss of 3 on the play, and for the Saints, their 6th sack.
But Wayne Martin puts the initial pressure on him, makes Burline pull that ball down and take off running. Then Whitehead continues the search, but I tell you what, Jim, this is just good coverage by the defensive backfield from the New Orleans Saints. Burline's got nowhere to throw, and then the pressure's coming where he can't stand back in there in the pocket. But that's some good pressure, good coverage by the Saints.
Second and 13 from the Carolina 20. Saints figuring Burline to throw on every down. He does, hitting Carruth over the middle. He's got running room. Ray Carruth at midfield. Sammy Knight has to drag him down inside the New Orleans 45-yard line. That was a funny-looking play. It almost looked like Leroy Glover had anticipated the snap count and jumped off sides, and it almost looked like Burline anticipated a flag here.
And he just throws that ball underneath. It's just a quick little slant pattern underneath, and one guy misses, and then Carruth is off and running. Sammy Knight saves a big play.
Drakeford missed him, and this looks like the West Coast offense when they're throwing those short slants to Jerry Rice of 5 yards, and he takes it 75. Carruth has caught 5 for 63 yards. First down at the 42-yard line of New Orleans. 5:45 to play. The Saints leading 19-10. Burline tipped up in the air and incomplete. Looked like Wayne Martin perhaps got a big paw up in front of that Burline pass. And it was Wayne Martin. It was Martin earlier who was chasing down Burline for the sack, along with William Whitehead. Every time I see William Whitehead, he's always making plays. He's got a great burst to the football. Did you see the closing speed he had on Burline there?
Don't think he's going to make the team, and then he comes out there and keeps playing and putting that pressure on. He really does. He can get that little bit of a corner, and then he can explode to that next gear. Carruth has left the game. He was holding his toe after that last play.
Second and 10 from the 42-yard line of New Orleans. Two tight ends, two wide receivers, Saints blitzing. Burline has time, going to throw it for Walls, incomplete. He turned Wesley Walls totally around. Walls was looking for the ball inside. It came to the outside shoulder and incomplete.
I'll tell you, Wayne Martin and Brady Smith just about broke Burline. They about broke him in half. Watch Brady Smith come up in here. He makes the play, and Wayne Martin comes in and hits him pretty good. These guys are putting a lot of pressure. Wayne Martin is one of these leaders, too, that he does it all by example. Very quiet, unassuming guy, goes out and works very hard every day. He needs to step up, too, make sure that everybody's following him. This defense playing very well right now, though.
Third and 10 from the New Orleans 42. Panthers probably in 4-down territory. Burline under pressure, throws the screen to Lane. Lane inside the 40, 35-30, and trips and falls inside the 30-yard line. That'll be a first down for the Panthers, and the drive continues. Just over 5:15 to play here in the fourth quarter, and the Saints leading by 9, 19-10.
Well, the Panthers want to come in here. Anytime that you start putting a lot of pressure on the quarterback, the only way you can take that away are draws and screens. You got to do something to allow that to where things are good for you. That's exactly what Carolina has done. Now the Saints have put a lot of pressure on the last 3 plays. Throw a little screen, get it going.
First and 10 from the 29. They'll run it with Lane for perhaps a yard, 2 at best. Chris Bordano on the stop. Clock is a factor now, showing 4:45 and running. The Saints, after 9 unanswered points in the third quarter, clinging to a 19-10 lead. George Seifert paces the far sideline, having come back from a couple of years out of football, and the possessor of a 5-year, $2.5 million per year salary. 2nd and 9 from the 28-yard line. 3 wide receivers for Berline. Floyd behind him. 3-step drop. Pumps. Wants it all. Saints have it well covered, and it's incomplete. Ambrose did not bite at all on the pump fake. Muhammad was the intended target, and for a moment it looked like Ambrose was going to intercept 2 yards deep in the Saints end zone.
But when you're playing man for man, and that's exactly what Ambrose is doing right there, you cannot look in that backfield. You have that man. You have to be disciplined enough to do that. So the pump fake shouldn't make him bite at all. He's having a heck of a game today. Ashley Ambrose, that's his 3rd pass defense today. He's having a heck of a football game.
He is. 3rd and 9 from the 28 of New Orleans. 3 wide receivers. Floyd behind Berline. The veteran calls signals, retreats, stumbling as he does so, and down he'll go. Berline lost his footing as he was retreating in the pocket, and he was sacked back at the 35-yard line. A 7-yard loss. Glover on the sack for the Saints, their 7th sack of this game.
I don't know how many times the Saints have ever had 7 sacks in a single game. I don't remember. This has been a heck of a football game. I bet there's somebody in this booth can figure it out, though. And but they're playing very well. They're putting a lot of pressure on Berline.
This will be a field goal attempt of just inside 53 yards by John Casey from the left hash. He's got it on its way, but it's drifting left and no good. Plenty of distance, but not the direction. He left it out to the left. So Casey misses the field goal, and the Saints will have excellent field position to take over here with 3:32 remaining in this football game in regulation. New Orleans on top of Carolina by a score of 19-10. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network. Welcome back to the Louisiana Superdome, where the Saints are trying to run out the clock on a victory in the opening game of the 1999 season. They lead 19-10. They will take over at the spot of the missed field goal, which will be their own 43, 1st and 10. Kraber lines up in the slot. The tailback is Smith, and Smith gets the call up to about the 46-yard line. The Panthers will call timeout with 3:26 to play.
Carolina, that's their first team timeout. It'll
Panthers
be a
have 2 remaining.
timeout.
Well, our crack statistician, Dale Jones, who's just been all over things here today in the booth, finds when the Saints did set a sack record.
In December of 1985 versus the Rams, they had 9 sacks. That's a pretty good team. That was Wade Phillips' first game, first win. Wasn't it first head coaching, or I know at least it was his first win.
First win and only win.
All right.
You were part of that team, weren't you?
Dang right, but I was over on the offensive side cheering for that great defense.
What's the record for sacks allowed by the Saints? Somehow I feel that's got to be in the Brock era.
San Francisco 49ers, I would say, remember when Fred Dean was playing for them. I remember one of the tackles over on the other side. I think Fred Dean had 7 sacks in that single game.
I remember it well. 2nd and 7 from the 46-yard line of New Orleans. They keep it on the ground with Smith to about the 49. Let's pause 10 seconds for stations to identify themselves on the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
Timeout, Carolina.
You're listening to Saints football on your sports voice of the Bayou Land. KKOI-FM, Donaldsonville, Gonzales, is Bayou Land Oldies, 104.9.
Let's take a Beta Springs Water Saints sideline report with Kenny Wilkerson. Kenny, what do you have?
Well, Ricky Williams is still trying to get back into the game. He looks like a very frustrated young man right now because he's just pacing up and down the sideline. The last time the offense was out on the field, he went up to Mike Ditka and asked him if he could go in. Mike Ditka told him, no, you're not going back in today. So, again, he's just pacing up and down. You know he wants to go in there, but they're not going to let him. I'll send it back up to you guys.
The most famous ankle since Betty Grable.
Boy, that's a good move, not putting him back in. Oh, and our crack staff has put together this, too. It was not in the Stan Brock era. It was 10 versus Atlanta in 97. And then the next one was 9 versus the Rams in 76. And then to the game that I thought of, the 9 against the San Francisco 49ers, that was in 83.
3rd and 4 from the 49-yard line of the Saints as they attempt to run out the clock on this victory. Play action. Hobart's going to throw for it underneath. Caught by Craver. He stretches the football out and gets it. And that miss might be the one the Saints needed to end this thing. That's a 5-yard pickup and a first down. The Panthers have one more timeout, but they don't seem inclined to use it here as the clock shows 3 minutes and running down.
That was a huge first down. They had to have that one. But drive to Napa Auto Parts and register for the Napa $25,000 kickoff or cash contest, and you can win $25,000. And with that, I'll get to the NFL scoreboard right after this play.
1st and 10 from the Carolina 46. Baxton and I. Fullback is Craver. Tailback is Smith. Ball carrier is Smith. Down to about the 41-yard line. A 5-yard gain, and this is when it's fun to be an offensive lineman, isn't it?
No, there's no doubt about it. Everybody knows you're going to run. You know that if you can do it, you're going to win the football game. This one you want to just get shoulder to shoulder and blow them off the ball. Let's get updated on these fourth quarter scores. Philadelphia 24, Arizona 15, Washington Redskins 35, Dallas 28, St. Louis 20, Baltimore 10, Chicago 20, Kansas City 17, Oakland 24, Green Bay 21, Indianapolis 24, Buffalo 14, Cincinnati 32, Tennessee 26, and the Jets are 28, and New England Patriots 27.
Well, if St. Louis can hold on, that'd be a heck of a win as Trent Green is out there. Kurt Warner is their starting quarterback. Ravens, I believe, were unbeaten in preseason, weren't they?
I think so.
He was an Arena Football League
Yes,
guy?
he was. Iowa Barnstormer.
An Iowa Barnstormer.
You are correct, sir. I'm surprised you didn't know that.
How did they do as compared to the Portland Forest Dragons?
They're all right.
2nd and 5 from the 41-yard line of the Panthers. Kennison in motion. Baxton and I behind Hobart. Panthers have just called their last timeout. Smith with the call. Running over left tackle down to about the 36-yard line. A gain of 4. As the clock winds down, the Saints do not have to run another play before the 2-minute warning, and they will not do so. As we are in the final 2 minutes of regulation, and the Saints leading 19-10, having scored 9 unanswered points in the third quarter, the difference in this game, which was tied at 10 at halftime. Lamar Smith again, and has the first down inside the 35-yard line. Panthers cannot stop the clock, and the Saints will have won this football game. They won it without much of a contribution from Ricky Williams, who was re-injured, though he doesn't appear to be seriously injured. They won it with defense, and they won it with a huge special teams play on the very first play of this game, with Tyrone Drakeford taking in the fumble of Bates and going in from 20 yards out, give the Saints some early momentum. They staggered offensively throughout much of the game, but after being challenged by Mike Ditka at halftime, they came out in the third quarter and took some semblance of control of this game on a 21-yard field goal and a 67-yard touchdown strike from Hobart to Poole. The fourth quarter has been mostly tactical, with the Saints winning the battle of field position. Neither team has scored. John Casey missed a 53-yard field goal, the last scoring opportunity of this game, as the Saints are kneeling on the football and running out the clock on this, their first victory of the new year. The Saints have rushed for 148 yards, mostly in the absence of Ricky Williams. And Stan, each team felt a similar urgency before this game because it gets markedly harder from here. The Saints go to San Francisco next week to take on the 49ers, and the Panthers come home to take on Jacksonville.
Well, there's no doubt about it that the Saints felt like they had to win this football game. They knew they were going to do it by running the ball, and they didn't do a very good job of that in the first half. And I think a lot of that, Jim, had to do with the fact that this is a group that has not played a lot together during training camp, during the preseason games. It's going to take them a little while to get into sync, and you could see it kind of after Dick had called them out at halftime that they started kind of getting in sync, and they ran the ball much better, and they were playing better football. Concentration looked like it was better. It's still going to be Billy Joe Hobart. He can't make the mistakes. The Saints didn't have any turnovers today, I don't think, and I think that's the biggest difference in this game. No turnovers, no stupid penalties, because the Saints struggle with a comeback. When they have to come from far behind, they're going to struggle.
The Saints run out the final seconds, and that's it. Let's go down to the sideline where Kenny Wilkerson joins us. Kenny?
Okay, I'm down here in the field with Fred Weary, and Fred, obviously you set the tone early with that big hit on the opening kickoff, made some big plays. The defense kind of held this thing together today.
Oh, yeah, we just want to go out there and try to make plays. We kind of knew, maybe our offense would be struggling, especially if we would have lost Ricky early like we did. So the defense, we just want to step it up and play solid the whole game and, just try to make plays when we can.
You guys know going in that you'd be able to stun as much as you did and be able to blitz as much as you did and have that kind of success?
I mean, well, that's our game plan, the blitz, and, to play hard man defense, play solid man defense. And basically that's what we did tonight in defense, and we put ourselves in position to make plays.
A lot of people thought going into the season the defense was going to be the weakest part. Obviously, you guys showed that you guys are ready to play this year.
Oh, definitely. Just like Coach Dickens said, once we lost Joe Johnson on defense, everybody had to step it up. It's not a one-man team, you know what I'm saying? So that's basically what we try to do tonight, step it up and try to make plays.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate your time. That's Fred Weary down here on the field. Guys, I'm going to send it back upstairs to you, and I'll be talking to you from the locker room.
All right, Kenny, thank you much for your efforts throughout the course of the afternoon. Stan, you as well. I'll see you in San Francisco next week.
I'll be there.
That's the end of our game with the score, New Orleans 19 and Carolina 10. We'll be right back with a wrap-up on the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
And Mike, first of all, a win's a win, and I know this was one of the things you just said a minute ago.
Well, there's a lot of good things in that football game now. So when you say a win's a win, I mean, this is a National Football League, and Carolina is certainly a much better football team than they were a year ago when they beat our butts down there. But I thought our defense was outstanding. We gave up a couple plays and a couple runs where we didn't have support, but they do that well, and that's what we're going to have to get ready for next week against San Francisco. Basically, that's what San Francisco does. The other thing, I thought our special teams, I thought our coverage teams were as good as I've seen. I think Tommy, he didn't punt the ball far, but he punted it high, which gave us a chance to contain Metcalf. I think the first hit by Weary on the kickoff was big time. I mean, it was big time, and it was very alerted. I guess Tyrone Drakeford picked it up and ran it in. Offensively, the first half, we looked like we were in a coma. We were sluggish. I really think if we would have blocked in the first half like we did the second, Ricky would have broke a couple plays. But it didn't happen. I thought Lamar came in and gave us a lift. I thought Troy Davis gave us a great lift. Billy Joe was not sharp, but I think he'll be a lot better. But then a couple passes he threw should have been caught. The two to the tight end should have been caught. If he leads Eddie a little bit more on the deep one, that's a touchdown. But, I think that'll come. This is the first game he's really played in over a year. The main thing that people have to understand is we did not turn the football over, yet we got 3 or 4 off of them. And that's essential. That's the way we're going to have to win. It's going to have to be ugly. We're not going to be one of these glamorous teams that can huck and chuck it all over the place. We just have to be a team that can run it and smash people with the football.
Mike, I know you got after them pretty good during the halftime, and obviously they responded.
I was embarrassed. I was embarrassed for the offense. I was embarrassed for our fans. I don't like that. I don't like to see us come out there and sleepwalk. I mean, we had a chance to put them away right off the bat. Our defense is playing good. Get us field position. All right, we get 7 points on the board. Let's go down. Let's take. We can't leave people hanging on the ropes like that, Kenny, because good football teams are going to come back and beat you. Not that this isn't a good football team. It is, but I think, I thought Zaven called a great game too, because the blitzes came at the right time. The one slant that should have been tackled, but it wasn't. But those things happen. That's why those guys play in the National Football League too. I thought he called an outstanding game. I thought that William Whitehead. I thought he played great. Brady Smith. Wayne Martin. I was very impressed with everybody. Keith Mitchell played a great football game. I think Bordano hung in there. He got beat on the touchdown. No question, he got beat on the touchdown. That'll happen. He's young. He's going to struggle some at times in the passing game, but he's pretty good in the running game. I was very happy. I thought our safeties, Ashley Ambrose is a player. He's a good player, and he's a lot better football player than I ever thought he was, and I'm very happy that we have him here, because he is a coverage man now. The play he made after getting beat on the pump is about as good as it can get. That he knew what he had to do, and he got back there and got his hand on that ball and got it out. They pumped him twice in the game to no avail. So, I kind of like what I'm seeing.
I know you're going to want to look at it, Mike, but the offensive line, they look like, compared to the way they've been playing the last couple of weeks, once you've got all your starters together, whether it was to talk to them at halftime or who knows, but early, especially in the first half, it was like their heads were in a cloud.
We were very hesitant about everything we're doing. I think we're thinking too much, and I think, this game is, it's cerebral to a point, Kenny, but it's not cerebral to the point that it has to hinder your instincts, so you have to sit back and say, wow, what do I do I wonder if I run a sift block or a scoop block or what. Let's come off the ball. Let's move the guy in front. Let's try to get up to the linebacker, and we'll do a better job. I really, these guys got pretty good pride. I think we'll do a better job.
I know Ricky came up to you right in the fourth quarter, wanted to go back in. He retaped it a couple times and everything. You told him no.
Well, it didn't matter. I want him ready for next week if we can. If not, then he'll have a week off and he'll be ready for Chicago. But, here's a guy that's, he fortunate thing about it, Kenny, both injuries came when the play was over. I mean, he was down, and he fell on his ankle sideways, and I think it's something he's going to have to just be careful of. I don't know if there's any way you can be careful of it when you're a football player, but other than that, I thought, he showed you flashes of what could really happen if we did a little better about blocking.
Mike, thanks a lot. Congratulations. All right, Mike, take it down here in the locker room. I'll send it back upstairs to you guys.